Dear delegates, आवाज नहीं आ रहा ठीक से. Hello, 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 dear delegates, those who are standing outside, please come inside and take your seat. Very good afternoon. So this is the third day of this 108 session of Indian Science Congress, that agriculture section. So I welcome you, all of you, in this session. Today we have in this session Dr. Amoresh Chandra, Director IGFRI, Jhansi. So welcome, sir. And he will be chairing the session. And rapporteur, I request Dr. K. Rajan, please come on the dais. So Dr. P.K. Bhomik, he has already presented yesterday and left for urgent work. So in place of Bhomik, so Dr. Rajan will be acting as rapporteur. So again I welcome the chairman and Dr. Rajan for conducting the sessions. Now I handing over the mic to Dr. Amoresh Chandra, Director IGFRI, Jhansi. And in this session, sir, we have a presentation with you, and then Dr. Bhupinder Singh from IERI, Head of the Department, Environment Science, and then Dr. Shoshidulal Rai Chaudhary, Dr. B.N. Ghosh, and Dr. Rajan. So you can give your presentation here itself, because Dr. M.K. Bharma and Sharmishta Bhattakur and P.K. Bhomik already presented yesterday. So thank you. Dr. Amoresh Chandra to present chair as well as present is the lecture.
Thank you, Dr. Vishwas. Let me at the outset, Indian Science Congress, and especially the President of the Agriculture and Forestry section, that he has chosen me to be here as a chairperson of a session and also to give a lead lecture. Very good afternoon to each of you, and very best wishes for the year 2023. I am delighted that in this particular session, there are many stalwarts sitting in front of us, and I don't do justice if I don't name the Professor Sanyalji sitting in front of us. So I welcome, and I welcome all the directors of the prestigious ICAR Institute, and also the young budding scientists sitting in the pavilion row. What we say that they are the young budding scientists for the future. As it was said by, along with me, I welcome also my reporters, Dr. Rajan. In this session, particularly, there are 5 lectures, and we have given 90 minutes. So I'm going to allot 15 minutes, maybe 13 minutes for presentation, and at the end of the lecture, we'll have a discussion, and for that, we'll keep 10 minutes for that. So with these short comments, I would like to start the proceeding. And my place is there to present first lecture in this session. So I take this liberty to go and present my lecture over there. Thank you, President.
Thank you. Okay. Once again, very good afternoon to each of you. This important session where we are going to discuss
many new innovative tools and how to use those tools to have a sustainable management, natural resource management. And as you know that while maintaining natural resource management, livestock also plays very important role. Being a scientist of a institute where we work for the livestock, and as you know that our country, and we stand first as far as number of livestock in the world is concerned. And at the same time, we also stand first as far as milk production in the world. But at the same time, the productivity of our livestock is not as such it should be. The one reason would be that the quality fodder resources and the availability of the fodder resources is not as it should be, so that we can provide quality fodder to our livestock throughout the year. So I will be talking some of the new innovative tools, how we can increase and how we can provide good quality fodder. Along with the fodder, what I mean to say that feed and fodder. So primarily my lecture will be focusing more on the feed and how the designer feed and how the process feed can be given to our livestock so that we can maintain our natural resources and how best we can maintain our resource management in this country is concerned. Why it's taking time? Okay, it's this one, right? Okay. Okay. As you know that there are many animals and perennials as far as fodder crops are concerned, and many of the names of what presented here is being known to you, each of you, but some of the young scientists sitting back of the lecture hall, for them it is very important to know what different sorts of fodder crops we have in our country. And you can see here that though we have a maximum number of livestock, and if you see the livestock population, the last census and this census, there is an increase of almost 5% over the last census. So the number of the livestock, we keep on increasing. But at the same rate, if I talk about the availability of the fodder crops, it is not as it should be. And at present situation, we are lacking almost 12% green fodder and almost 20 to 25% dry fodder. So how to meet those gaps and how to fill those gaps, that is very important to discuss, and how we are going to sustain livestock productivity in our country. The forage production is a typical task. It is not as other crops because it is quite labor intensive, time consuming, and this is very difficult to get the quality seed. Until unless you have an enormous sufficient amount of the seed of any crops, you cannot think of having a sufficient production of any crop. In that category, this fodder crops has been placed in a very limited situation, and we have to discuss how we can produce quality seed as far as fodder crops, because these crops seeds are very labile, very volatile in the sense that they are very light in the nature. Taking out the seeds from the field itself is a very difficult task. And of course it is less valued. What we say, wherever you go, you find the place where the fodder crop is discussed in the last of any meetings. But it has its own importance as far as this country is concerned. As I said, my lecture will be primarily focusing how the feed resources and how the post-harvest conservation measures can be utilized to have a sufficient amount of the quality processed feed resources and fodder resources in this country. If you see the amount of the crop residues, because I should mention over here that roughly livestock rearing, if you talk about the livestock rearing in this country, 60 to 70% what you put in the form of input, livestock rearing, it comes only for the fodder crops. And in those categories, if you see that the crop residues also play a very important role. If the crop residues are maintained properly, if it is processed properly, it is provided in a good quality sense, it can cover almost 20 to 25% cost what we involve in rearing the livestock. So these are the amount of the crop residues what you get from different crops. And some of these crop residues being maintained, being converted to a good feed resources, but the amount it should require and the quality of these crop residues required is still a challenge. And for that matter, we are working in this direction. How, when you talk about the fodder and handling for the crop residues after harvest and taking out the seeds, it is very bulky and it is just not stored as it should be. And if you see also that there are many crop residues are being born in this country, though we have many tools, techniques, technologies available, and because of that, as we listened yesterday, we have minimized this crop burning in this country. But even then, there are the areas where still crop is being burned after harvest. So we have to see how that can be minimized. And that, for that matter, also we work in our institute, how these crop residues can be converted in good quality fodder. There are many ways you can see in the villages. If you go and see, there are many ways to conserve these residues after harvest, but these are not very scientific. What I mean to say that? The reason being is that the problem, why it's so much problematic in nature, that it is a low density, high value. It is very bulky. Transport is not easy. Physical shape and size varied from one place to another, but crop to crop. And especially in the monsoon season, you'll find that sufficient amount of these crop residues are available, and these green fodder as well as dry fodder is available. But they are not maintained properly, so that though we have a sufficient amount in the monsoon season, but when you require in lean season where there is no green fodder available, for that time, these crop residues plays very important role. So when it's very important for those lean period, we have to protect these crop residues. Use of forest resources, if you see that the crude fibers, if I talk about the composition and the amount what they have, especially the leguminous forages, what we are looking forward to increase these crop residues. And at the same time, these are some of the forage crops are having very high energy values. If I talk about the suitable, so that's also used for other purposes along with the fodder. They also play a very important role in enriching our soil. So there is conserving of these fodder resources is to be done scientifically. In this direction, how you are going to minimize the losses during different various steps while conserving these fodder resources, how you are going to reduce the cost of handling, storage, and transportation, and how you are going to reduce the time taken in this, and how at the same time, how you are going to increase the quality of these roughages. Recycling of these byproducts in different form, like milk, animal feeding, and when we are going to feed the animals, we are going to get the quality milk and the quality meat. So the one way, if you are properly feeding the livestock, our livestock population, so it means that you are going to enrich your nutritional values, nutritional requirement. And at the same time, if you are going to utilize these roughages in a very proper way, you are going to also changing waste to energy. And what we say, you can convert these to the dung cake, boilers, fuels, energy, and all those things. And you can also go for the production of CNG and biogas, and some other purposes like industries, paper, hardware, and all those things. So it has a different way of conserving these resources, not only in the fodder, but also can be used for different purposes. So what we do at our institute and at different centers and other centers, proper collection of these materials, then cleaning, then drying, scientifically drying up these materials, then grinding some of them, and then densifying them. Because it is huge, you have to compress it and make it as good as it was in the green form. So that's our intention. Along with that, how we are going to add value in that, that is also very important. And then how we are going to package it and how we are going to transport as minimal possible cost. And the end of the day, how we are going to market all these products. Solution, as I said, there are many technologies available with us. Like one, we say baling technologies. When you use material, you have to bale it in a very scientific way. The leaf mill technologies, what we have with us. Feed pallet technologies, silage technologies. This is one of the important post-harvest conservation measures we have. And we make silage scientifically, and we propagate these technologies, can be a good technologies as far as entrepreneurship development in this country is concerned. So silage making, and then associated technologies like urea treatment of these crop residues, so that the quality of these residues can be improved. For that, you have to have the very precise material with you, like what type of materials you are going to use initially, and you are going to, what type of pallets you are going to make, what the size, and how it is going to be taken into practice. All these things is available with us, and we propagate these technologies. When you are going to do the baling, you can ask the question, what the importance of this baling? When you are going to do the baling, you are going to reduce at least 3 to 4 times space, what you require when you don't have the baling. And transportation costs, we are going to reduce 2 to 3 times. So this is the importance of the baling. And this baling and this storage can be done scientifically and can be sent to the different locations when there is a very difficult situation. At that point of time, the importance of this baled material is there. Leaf mill technologies, we have a leaf mill technologies also available with us. For that, you can use different sets of fodder crops like what I will be presenting here, the super bull. It is a highly available in this country in the sense that it can be propagated easily from one place to another. This Stylosynthesis mata, what we have very limited number of range legumes in the country, and this Stylo stands first in that category. So using this super bull is a leguminous crops, Stylosynthesis is leguminous crops. So using these materials, you can produce a quality leaf meal, and this leaf meal can be transported from one place to another. The leaf meal block can be made. You can make it in the packet form. You can make it in the bags, like gunny bags and other plastic bags. You can send it from one place to another place. Hay making is also a way to conserve these resources for a very difficult time. Feed pallet technologies, what we have with us, you can amalgamate many materials in that so that you can make these residues, which is not as it should be used alone, but when you're making some other materials along with that and making it a pallet, and that pallet can be sent from one place, can be transported easily, can be sold easily. So this way, this can be taken as an entrepreneurship development program. Complete feed block, because as you know that the cattle needs a very large amount of feed material, so that we have to make different sizes of the feeding materials. And if you see the quality of these feeding material, well, it is enriched with different sets of materials, it can go as to level of having DM, dry matter digestibility, around 55 to 60%. When any materials has a dry matter digestibility more than 50%, it is said that it is a good quality fodder. So making this complete feed block with the scientific way, you are going to enrich these feed block, and we are making this feed block having a dry matter digestibility more than 55%. There are ways and means to how to make these storage facilities available in this country. So these are some of the things what we have developed. As far as silage baking in this country is concerned, there are many ways, but at our place we have developed in a very small pits, because we need a technologies that can be accepted by our farmers without putting much input in that. So having a pits and conserving those materials which is in sufficient amount of that period of time, so you can make it pit and make it as possible as anaerobic. So if any airing is there over there, so you are not going to get good quality silage. So that is one important thing. What type of material you can use? You can use different sets of maize, oat, you can use the sorghum, BN hybrid. And especially the BN hybrid, I will be talking a little bit more, because this is the one fodder crops. This is available in plenty. We have sufficient number of varieties available with that, and that is perennial nature. Once it is transplanted, it is there for 3-4 years. So this developing a silage from BN hybrid is going to be very successful. And these are some of the materials that can be utilized. Some of them are conventional, some of them are unconventional. Like unconventionals, like the sugarcane is known for sugar, but that can be also used for making silage. Some of the materials, some of the crop, the leaf tops and all those things can be used even for the dry materials which is being getting after getting the sugars, that can be used for making crop residues, and that can be further rectified and can be enriched with the different materials. So what I said, the designer feed, we can design the feed for the small ruminants, big ruminants, and along with that, we can enrich those materials for the different sets of the livestock, for the small ruminant and the big ruminants. So designer feed is going to be the future in this country, because when you need a feed for a small ruminant, or like you need a feed for a goat, and you need only 3 to 4 kg of feed. So that material in the form of bag, you can give it and have the complete feed for animal for a day. Fodder conservation technologies, all these are the technologies available with us, and where you can have these technologies and you can conserve your fodder resources available with you at the time of your harvest and otherwise also. So this integrated strict approach, organic forages, we are also talking about the organic milk production, and for that you need organic forages, and for that also we have done some work on this direction, and we have developed organic milk production technologies with us. So that can be also a new way of thinking and getting more income during this process. And how this organic dairy can be established, and for that you can fetch a good market over there. And as I said, that the BN hybrid is an important fodder crops in this country. It has a very high protein, in the sense 10 to 12%, being a grass species, but it contains high protein. So, and is a very high biomass producing. So these materials can be used for making silage, and that can be also available throughout the year. Why is certified for a seed? Because seed is the important entity for any crop like the fodder crop. So how this can be handled properly and how the quality seed can be produced, this is our very big challenge. And for that, we have to develop entrepreneurship in the seed production in the fodder crops also. Different machines you need. We have different sets of machines as far as seed production in these fodder crops are concerned, because the seeds are very vulnerable in the sense that they are very light in nature, they are very fluffy in nature. When you are putting the seeds, there is a possibility of that the 70-80% seeds are not going to place over there. They just tend to move from one place to another. So for that matter, you need a naked seed, and you need machines for that, and for that you also need a seed pelleting machine. So all these seed pelleting machines and making seeds naked, this is required, and for that we have developed different sets of machines, and we are using those machines to make the seed pellets. Machine for forest production, there is a very specific set of machine you require for production of the forage in this country. So we have those machines, and how these crop residues can be enriched with different sets of materials, that is also being developed. And this is a harvesting, because it is a very bulky material, so you need different sets of machine to cut and harvest all those materials, and then post-harvest management and post-harvest conservation issues. This, as I said, this conserving of forage resources to provide timely supply of the feed to the most affected areas, and for time being, for that particular time when there was a big flood in this country, how these conserved food can be supplied from one place to another. And that type of point, this conserved food plays very important role. And IFRI has taken lead in providing these resources, forage resources for those period of time. And for that matter, we also discuss about the fodder bank. You must have a fodder bank established at different parts of the country so that in the lean period of time, you can provide this good quality fodder to our resources. You can see here that some of the way we transported materials from one place to another when you have a very, very difficult situation. And for that, we have provided different sets of materials in the form of bales, in the form of livestock and all those things in those period of time. And IFRI has taken a lead in providing those materials. So in conclusion, I can say that the fodder bank can be established involving a group of forages, seed producer for utilizing the byproducts of forage crop production, and also the forage crop products like densified blocks, like the grasses, using those grasses, crop residues, leaf meal, and the pellets can be made, vapor, silage, hay, and all those things can be made and can be stored properly. And proper selection of machinery is also important when you are going to conserve any crop residues. And forage production and entrepreneurship and the farmers producer organization is also going to play a very important role as far as maintaining and conserving these resources. And for that matter, we are also in the direction of developing sub-forage-based FPOs in this country. And we have also developed entrepreneurship in seed production because it has a very unique way of producing seed in the forest crops. It is altogether different business than the other crops. So for that matter, also there is a possibility of having entrepreneurship in this crop. So I look forward to have some people coming forward to take the lead as far as in this crop is concerned, which is really a difficult area of research though, but at the same time, there are many machines, many tools available, and utilizing those tools, machine and technologies, one can prosper in this community also. So thank you very much for your patience dealing. Thank you.
Very much, sir, for your nice presentation. You have elaborately given the emphasis on how these grasses can be converted into small size bales, and that can be transported from one place to another, so that it's can be goes to the final users. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now I invite Dr. Bhupender Singh, and Dr. Bhupender Singh is going to speak on micronutrient enrichment of agri-product and enhancing their availability for addressing malnourishment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the audience. Now I'm going to talk about to you the micronutrient enrichment of agri-produce and enhancing their availability for addressing the malnourishment. As you can see here, the human nutrition as well as the plant nutrition, both are interconnected. If we talk about the plants need nutrients to grow better, and if they grow better, they draw more nutrients, and if they draw more nutrients, it will be beneficial for us. And if they don't get the nutrients, they will be showing the deficiencies. And the same thing, if we are feeding on these plants, then the same deficiencies will also creep into us. Now, if this is just a modest, gives you an idea that what is our requirement of different nutrients. If we talk about iron and zinc, our requirement around is 15 milligram per day. And how much our food grains, they have about 15 to 35, how much goes into milling, the losses in milling around 50%. How much we are having per day is 445 grams, this may vary, but idea is to convey you that where all the losses are occurring. You are producing a food which is rich in micronutrient, it comes to the plate, but by the time it is coming from the field to the plate, it is losing most of the nutrients either through milling or processing, and also the bioavailability issues that come into us because our food is having, say, phytates are there in the grains, they will not be allowing. So what we need is, we are also working on phytases, the heat stable phytases. Can we have heat stable phytases to ensure Do we have foods which are low on tannins? So that I think Dr. Amrish also will be looking, he's also maybe working on feeds which are low on tannins, so that the nutrients, the proteins, they get absorbed in the body of the animal, humans. Now, why we think these things are important for us? If you see the anemic situation in the country, India is grey, in the red. If you talk about the zinc deficiency issues, that is also a major issue. It leads to the growth failures, many other issues that are related to it. And then you talk about the sustainable development goals, wherein we are working on zero hunger, we are working on no poverty, we are working on good health. How will good health come even if we are working with zero hunger? Hunger is satisfied, but what to do for having a better health if we are not able to provide them the nutrients? Now this challenge, United Nations challenge of sustainable development, particularly health as well as hunger, quenching health and hunger, you need to meet in respect of the challenges that we have, wherein we have so much variation in the soils, we have multiplicity of the crops, we have different crop management practices, and club to it the complexities that we have in the biotic and abiotic factor. If you see these challenges, we have challenges of soil, crop, biotic, abiotic stresses. We on one soils, we have deficiency, somewhere we have toxicity, somewhere we have imbalances, somewhere we have malnutrition. Most of our soils, they are deficient of sulfur, nitrogen, phosphorus, both macro as well as micronutrient. But the good part is we have a variability. Now, can we exploit it? I wanted to ask Dr. Amrish when he talked about value addition, that is it possible to have a club, a cereal residue with a green residue that you have, so add value, because both are meant for different purposes. You club it with this one, the complexities, I said, why we need to address this when we are talking about human nutrition, we are talking about plant nutrition, why we need to address the complexities of the farm management practices. We are working on organic farming, we are working on natural farming, we are working on conservation farming, we are working on conventional farming. So all these situations will result in different availabilities of the nutrients in the soil and different uptake of the nutrients by the plant and different availabilities per se of the nutrients that we will be getting, the humans will be getting or animals will be getting from the feed or food that gets generated from these soils. Now I will not talk about it, the issues. I think Dr. Sami is there, he will be flagging, some soil scientists are there, they may be flagging some of these issues. But what has been happening is that our overemphasis on NPK post-Green Revolution has led to many deficiencies that have creeped into our soils. The ideal ratio of NPK is 4:2:1, but what we are following is 8.5:3.1:1. Our overemphasis on nitrogen, leaving behind other nutrients, not understanding that whatever nitrogen we are giving, whether whole of it or how much of it is being taken by plants, how much of this is getting lost as ammonia, how much of this is getting lost as nitrate. So is just mere addition of nutrients will help us have a stronger pool of nutrients in the plants? No. So this is something I wanted to say, and as a physiologist, what our research input can be in order to ensure that we have plants that are biofortified, not just fortified. The government is going ahead with fortification. We scientists feel that we have another line of work, that is biofortification. So as a physiologist, what are the challenges that we need to address? We need to understand the difference between the content and the availability. How much is there in the soil and how much is available for the plant uptake? That difference we need to understand. We need not go for just adding zinc and zinc into the soil, while we know that only 20% of the added zinc will be made available to the plant, rest will get absorbed. So we need to take care of those kind of things. What is the available? What is the content in the soil? Then what are the rooting characteristics? What is the uptake kinetics? Whether the uptake, if we are taking two varieties, whether those two varieties vary in terms of the Km, that is affinity for the substrate, Cmin, the concentration from which it can take up, whether my plant has both high affinity transporter which functions under low availability of the nutrients, or it has a high affinity transporter which functions under the low availability of the nutrient. So our plant should be able to cater both high availability as well as the low availability of the nutrients in order to be nutrient efficient. Then we have translocation. How much the plant is taking up? I have a case study wherein we show that how much of the nutrients are taken up by the rice and how much of it, the nutrients are, iron and zinc are transported to the shoot and to the grain. So they take a lot, 2000 ppm in the root, content in the shoot 100 ppm. Can we increase that translocation from the root to the shoot? Then there is also a line of thought which comes, there is a retranslocation. I always equate it. Retranslocation is something wherein an old person on verge of his retirement or decides to give all his property to the younger one. He doesn't give it to the son, he gives it to the son's son or daughter, grandson. So this is retranslocation, is when a leaf is senescizing, those nutrients from the senescizing leaves will be transported to the youngest growing leaf in order to ensure that the plant becomes efficient. The deficiency situation is taken care. Then there is a utilization efficiency. How the plant prioritizes the utilization within a cell. One is between the tissue level, organ level, and then is at the cell level. Then rhizospheric modification, we have done quite a good amount of work, how we can ensure that rhizospheric modifications are optimized to help a higher uptake of nutrient availability as well as uptake of the nutrients. Then grain nutrients also is important, and we need to do this in light of the challenges that we have, the climate change challenges, wherein we know that our CO2 levels are going to rise, temperatures are going to rise, the rainfall is going to decline, the GHGs are going to rise. I'll add to this figure the ammonical emissions, the ammonia emissions, particularly from the animals, they are also going to rise. On one hand, we have a challenge of optimization of nutrient. On the other hand, we are also jostling with the increase in ammonia release, nitrate losses. So what should be the status? How we should go about it? So if you talk about the climate change effect, on one hand, the high CO2 will increase the yield, the temperature will pull it down. So the average increase that we expect under the climate change scenario, with a 25% on the upper side, 25% losses because of the high temperature, the yield increase essentially will be only 5%. Under these situations, what will be the nutrient content of the plant? How we are going to protect our human nutrition, our plant nutrition, our soil health under the climate change scenario? This is just, it gives you an idea. The dry weight will increase, but P uptake, you see, the P uptake will come down. Thank you. I think let's give a big hand to the report here for helping me out. Because I may be called a speaker here as a speaker, but I know I don't speak, I shout. So thank you, Dr. Rajan. So this you can see that when it is increasing, the P content is not, nitrogen uptake is not increasing. N is not increasing, P uptake is increasing. What is happening to the other? There may be dilution effect, we can say. But if nitrogen is not increasing, the protein content will also not increase. So these are some things which we need to ponder upon. We need to ensure under the climate change we maintain best of the health, following the resource conservation technologies, ensuring that whatever we are supplying, it should be at the right time in right amounts at the right place, at right method and right type of fertilizer that we are applying. We have been, we had prilled urea. Only prilled urea was there. Then we went into the neem coated urea. Now our institute is also trying multiple other coatings of urea. We are trying different modified nitrogenous fertilizers in order to ensure that how we can reduce the N losses. So those kind of things also are required. We are trying different microbial interventions for reducing the methane emissions. We are trying different modified smart nitrogenous fertilizers to ensure that N losses can be reduced and we have a higher N efficiencies. We are working on climate change issues and what is their impact on the grain nutrition per se, and the whole effort, how as a basic science or as an environment science discipline, we can support the breeders to develop varieties that are not only efficient in taking up more nutrients from the soil, but also ensuring that these nutrients go to the edible produce or the economic produce, so that whatever we get for the feed and food, it is nutritious. This is where I was telling you that, this is the case wherein we have more iron in the root, but less of it in the shoot. For zinc, this issue is not there. So this is a variation that we have for a sample size of 1138 population. This is just, if we look at any other sample size also, you will have huge variation. Can we exploit this variation? Most of the varieties have a lower zinc and iron content, we do have some germplasm which are rich in iron and zinc. Can we exploit that for this? What will be the impact if we have the grains? If we have the grains that are rich in iron and zinc, if you put it on the soil which is lacking iron and zinc, these grains are going to give you a higher yield. So this is 3 lots wherein you have a zinc content of 355, 800 and 1400 ppm. So when you have a variable zinc content of the grain, you will have a variable yields under the zinc deficient condition. So it is improving if you are, you cannot change the situation, why not to change the methods by which you can have a better grain size. This is again the zinc retranslocation. This is our work with rice wherein we showed that the zinc efficiency is related to a better retranslocation of the nutrient from the senescing leaf to the youngest growing leaf. Some of the things that we did for the rhizosphere modifications, wherein we tried different germplasm, almost 400 wheat germplasm we tried and characterize them for their iron efficiency, zinc efficiency, nitrogen efficiency, P efficiency. And what are the various factors, say rhizospheric modifications? What is the role of the root hairs per se? How the root hairs, which we don't see, but they are very important, they are modifying, acidifying the environment in order to ensure that the nutrients get mobilized from the bound forms. This is again the P uptake variation that is related to the presence of the root hairs. This just shows the significance of the root hairs. If the root hairs are more there, then the P deficiency situation or the P efficiency will be higher, and in terms of the yield under variable P availability conditions. This is again how the secondary root formation is effective, how the high affinity and low affinity and the tissue specific uptake transporters expression, how that is important, how the phytohormone interactions are important. We have also worked with the NRT11, which is a nitrate transporter, and it is not only a nitrate transporter, it is also a nitrate sensor. So it not only senses but also transports. So wherever the nitrate is there in the soil, the root, it will start proliferating the roots by modulating the oxygen content of the roots. And as a result, you will have a more rooting in that particular area to ensure that there will be a higher uptake or exploitation of the those pockets for the nitrogen. This is again the same, I think this is iron content what I was talking. The root, you can see it is having around 2000 ppm, and shoot, if you see, it is having 50 to 60 ppm. So can we do something for this? Can we improve the translocation index for this? Can we have a idiotype, plant idiotype, wherein the roots can be modified? We have developed a method using the radioactive C14, by which we can rapid assessment of a rapid screening method for the root exudation. You can very quickly, in no time, you can make out, see you are having 50 varieties, you can grow it in that, and based on the C14 exudation from the roots, you can tag which of these varieties are having a higher release and which of these are having a lower release of root exudates. We have also worked quite a lot on phytosidrophores, which is an amino acid, non-proteinaceous amino acids, which are helping in the iron and zinc uptake. This is a very crucial experiment, let me tell you guys. This is a mixed culture experiment which we did it with a efficient and inefficient type. Bread is a zinc efficient, durum is zinc inefficient. And we did to showcase that how the rhizospheric modifications play a significant role in improving or controlling or regulating or determining the zinc efficiency. So in one case you have a higher release, in other case you have a lesser release, but when you grow them in a mixed culture, the one which is releasing less will be benefited by a higher root exudates release from the efficient one, and these exudates will be utilized to improve the zinc content of those inefficient type. So this is also, we have done, also did some transformation studies wherein we transformed wheat with nicotianamine synthase and nicotianamine aminotransferase. These are the two which are modulating the release of the root exudates, and this has also been used by a Japanese group to showcase that the overexpression of NAS and NAT, it is not only resulting in a higher uptake of iron, but a higher uptake of iron in the grain. I think, sir, I'll come to the last slide if you permit.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we have also exploited not only the phytosidrophore, but also the sidrophores, which are coming from different bacteria, Pantova species, Pseudomonas species, Klebsiella species. These are different classes of sidrophore. And what role they have in improving the iron content, you can see the middle plant there. Sir, I'll come to the last one. We need nutrients. Plants are a rich source of nutrients. That's probably the best source of nutrients that we have. Now, with the society going from vegetarian, non-veg to vegetarian to vegan diet, I think we are left with choice of adopting more and more nutrient-rich plant materials, food types. And we are developing I think we are celebrating International Year of Millet. We are having iron-rich beans. We are having carotene, lycopene, zeaxanthin-rich maize. We have, the anthocyanin-rich, your carotene-rich or sweet potatoes. We have anthocyanin-rich cereals. Lot Mary, this year itself, on 28/9/21, our Prime Minister released 35 trade-specific varieties. Now, these varieties are biofortified. Okay. What we need is to have drive the synergies from the research as well as whatever materials that we have. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, I invite the next speaker, Dr. Rai Chaudhary. He is from Indian Institute of Water Management. And please stick to the time. You have 10 minutes to finish that, Dr. Saab.
Chairman sir, Dr. Rajan, Dr. Vishwas, my teacher, Professor Sannal, dear delegates. I have a small presentation. This is the development of biological filter for safe wastewater irrigation exploiting microbial bioremediation project. First I'll see, we have total 1122 BCM, billion cubic meter of water, utilizable water. We get rainfall of about 4,000 billion cubic meter. But unfortunately, most of the rainfall occurs during this monsoon period, July, August, September, 80 to 85% at a time they fall. And we don't have the enough reservoir or storage to catch them, to hold them. So there is loss. So ultimately what we have, the potentially we have around 1623, I can't remember, I'm bad at that. 1623 billion cubic meter, but the utilizable water is 1122 BCM. And if you see the total annual water requirement, it is going up, and by 2050, we will be requiring around 1447 billion cubic meter of water. But we have 1122. So there is 325 BCM of water deficit already. Where do you get that? If we see our urbanization, this is growing very fast. Right now we have around 377 to 390 million of urban people. And by 2050 we are going to be around 971. At that time we will have around 6 megacities. 6 megacities matlab more than 1 crore people. More cities matlab more water will be given there. Our water resources are limited. So we have a high demand of domestic requirement. Our industrial requirement will go up. In this competition among this industrial, domestic and other service sector and agriculture, agricultural sector will be the loser. It will be our political compulsion. We cannot stop supplying water in the cities and give it to the agricultural field. We can't do that. It will not be possible. So where are the resources? At the same time, there is another problem. There is huge amount of, when you supply the water in the cities, they will be generating wastewater. And you can see, it is a 2015 figure, 61,948 million liter daily. Right now the figure is around 62,500 million liter daily wastewater is being generated. But if you see about the treatment capacity of our country, it's very low. There are total 816, and out of them 522 is working around 30% of their capacity. So when I calculated once, I see more than 85% of wastewater is discharged in the environment untreated, raw wastewater. And the repercussions are very known. So there are several questions, because when we are doing work, what are the main source of contaminants in urban wastewater? So you can ask me, what not? Everything is there. You know, when cars passes, their tire coming, asbestos roof coming into the water. Huge number of pet animals. We are so kind to the animals. On the roads, wash, come to these drains, and the domestic wastewater. And there are several small and medium sector units in the urban areas. They also produce wastewater. Now, what is their quality? I had several studies. There's a spatio-temporal variation in the wastewater quality. What I wanted to mean, in a particular area, the wastewater quality is not so bad, but in some area, it may be very bad. For example, where wastewater is only from the domestic sources, domestic wastewater, their water quality is not so poor. But when there are some agglomerations or conglomerations of those small and medium sector units, their quality is very poor. Quantity-wise, their quantity is very less. But what happens if all these waters are mixed up? What happens? Small quantity of very poor quality water is mixed up with a large volume of not so poor quality water, make the whole water of poor quality. That increases the treatment cost. So this is a big question. Do we need the segregation of domestic and industrial discharges? Now, we are having the only central treatment systems in the country. What I said, keep around 816 or something, they are all centralized treatment systems. and it has several limitations. Huge installation cost, maintenance, operational cost. I calculated once, if I calculate on the basis of 30 rupees, only primary treatment of the wastewater, 30 rupees per cubic meter, I calculated comes around 1,60,000 crores of rupees. Remember, I have not calculated the cost of channelizing, putting the treatment plants, etc., etc. We have so many priorities, government cannot afford at this point of time to allot so much of money for the wastewater treatment. Apart from that, there are some logistic difficulties. Space is a problem. In centralized system, in the urban area, you need a place. And you know, there's a NIMBY syndrome, not in my backyard, please. The local population will protest. No, you cannot put your treatment plant here in my area. This is an issue. Cost of land is an issue. And technological issues are also there. And there are some other, apart from these logistical difficulties, there's a chance of contamination in the downstream water if the treatment efficiency is not good. There are health hazards. And from my point as an agriculturist, a loss of nutrients, because this urban wastewater contains valuable nutrients. But there's hope in this no hope cases. We can do reclamation within the agricultural systems. Sustainable approach, it can be, and reuse options of wastewater, suitable niches inside urban territory, what I say, because urban wastewater contains valuable nutrients, and using the wastewater, we can increase the irrigated area in our country, and with some pricing of the wastewater, some states do that, some revenues can be earned. Now, when you see the urban wastewater, I can, the important uses which I always try to do in my research time. Recharging the groundwater, landscape, public toilet, construction works, dust control. These are some of the areas where this wastewater can be used. And I always thought whether these floating gardens can be made on this open water drains. I tried also that. Secondary car washing, particularly for the public car. Of course, if we see some foreign countries, they use the RO water, use it for washing their car. But still, in our country, I think some of the public cars at least give some secondary car washing. After that, you can give a one wash of good water. And contingency for firefighting. These are some of the possible uses, well, is thought of. And at the peri-urban area, beyond the urban area, we can use it in agriculture. Safe use, it's a multi-barrier approach. Multi-barrier approach means we can do it with some soil applications, amelioration like liming or gypsum, depending on the soil condition and the characteristics of the wastewater. Low-cost treatment options we have. Crop selection is a very important. Crop selection means we should grow those crops which are having low transfer factor of heavy metals, are low crop water requiring, those crops which are low requirement of water, and leafy and non-leafy, leafy vegetables should never be grown, only fruit bearing crops can be grown. I am not saying it is a safe, I say it is a safer. And appropriate irrigation method, no doubt, drip irrigation or furrow irrigation or even night irrigation are beneficial. So this is the nutshell. So we just conceptualize that the wastewater where it is generation, we must have some intervention there in some form of treatments. When it passes to the urban areas in the cities, we can this reuse options like contingency, secondary car washing, wildlife, dust control, groundwater recharge, landscape, all these things. When it reaches the peri-urban outside the cities, we can use it in the irrigation purpose, use it for the irrigation purpose. We say the multi-barrier approach, just I mentioned, and the rest of charge, it will be discharged in the environment. So that the load of this BOD discharge in the environment can be reduced to some extent. There are several treatment options. In one nutshell, I can say the best treatment options are decentralized and differential treatment option. I repeat, decentralized and differential treatment options. There are several technologies are available. I am not going to discuss too much. There are advantages and disadvantages of the chemical process adsorption with new absorption.
Dr. Saab, you have only 2 minutes left.
Yes, sir, I am trying to do that, sir. Because earlier, gentlemen, okay, I am trying, sir. The phytoremediation, you understand, I am not going to, I don't have time, rather. The most important part is absorption by the living organisms, you know. There are 2 types of absorption by these living organisms. I am talking about the microbial cells. It's active and passive absorption. We say absorption and adsorption. And free living cells, when you use the bacteria as a free living cells, it has many disadvantages. So what we prefer, immobilization, we say, that has a great advantage, like it has, we can use it repeatedly, it has high biomass loading, and so and so. So that is immobilized bacterial or microbial application for. So I'll quickly go through this. We collected in a project bacterial samples. We tested it, which are tolerant to the higher concentration of metals like cadmium, chromium, nickel. Then it tried to immobilize with different types of material, calcium alginate based and this hydrogel based. Hydrogel based are mechanically strong, so we use this hydrogel based immobilization process. Then another difficulty we faced, there are several, I did identify 6 species having high metal tolerant, metal absorption capacity and organic decomposition. And those RNA sequences also, sequencing has also been done. We use that, but when we try to put that in a consortia, there's a problem of antagonism. So we made the arsenic culture of hydrogel beads. We first made this, then these are the different your scanning microscope view of different bacterial inside. Then we tested with the different concentrations of heavy metals and organics rather. After that, we designed the biofilters. This is called the BioBet filter prototype, and this is a tunnel biofilter. The main motto is we don't have land, so we don't need anything extra land for this treatment processes. And this is a Gabion bio-based filter. This also we designed. So these are the prototype of all those biofilters. These are column, BioBet, tunnel, and Gabion. Sorry. And we also tested also in the laboratory, very preliminary. Testing was done, how they are working these prototypes. After the testing, this is another column biofilter, that's also we tested, and these are being still demonstrated in different mines, chromium mines. Then this Gabion-based biofilter, we directly put it in a drain for to see their efficiency, and this was the final product we did, and we tried to irrigate with the irrigated treated water from this. And so I skip this. Another study side by side we did is the whatever the material we used in the biofilters, different types of biofilters materials, matrix materials we tested in the laboratory. This was done by IMMT, Bhubaneswar. Their efficiency, their different parameters were tested, and after they were characterized with those materials, how they function, which are the best, and after that dynamics, how their bacterial growth came up in this packing materials after filtering the wastewater for some time at different levels, at different point of time. So I think these are the conclusions. We made the 4 biofilters. It is working. It is being demonstrated. Now they are just coming up in the market. So thank you very much. Hopefully I could make it time.
Thank you very much for very. Now I invite Dr. B.N. Ghosh. Is it Dr. Ghosh, you have 10 minutes to finish it. Dr. Ghosh, you have 10 minutes, please.
Respected Chairman, Rapporteur, President of the ISC, my teacher, Professor Sannal sir, distinguished galaxy of scientists participated in Indian Science Congress. My presentation entitled Recent Development of and Extent of Soil Degradation in India for Food Security in Battling the Climate Crisis. As you are knowing, the Indian agriculture is, with respect to the natural resource degradation, soil and water, and day by day it is increasing, and food security is a challenge with respect to the climate change situation. Now, if we look into the history of the Indian agriculture system, so early 80s, after the green revolutions, that around 75% people are engaged in agriculture, and it is contributing 1/4 of the GDP. Presently, it is around 17% to the GDP, and our honorable ministers in inaugural program of Indian Science Congress emphasize still the need of emphasis of Indian agriculture, because during the pandemic period, this very typical situation comes into in a century, that the growth is 3.6% and 3.9% during the pandemic period, where none of the sectors, the industry, service sector, other sectors contributed, and as a whole, GDP negative is 24% in the first quarter of the pandemic, and all the year, it is the 7% GDP growth rate. But agriculture growth rate more or less remained constant. So that is the importance of the Indian agriculture. And extreme events of climatic events, particularly the rainfall and drought, as it has been estimated by the Economic Survey of India, $9 to $10 billion. So, it's real challenges with the soil degradation, natural resource degradation of soil and water, but also the challenges of food security with respect to the climate change situations. So, this year we know that declared by UN, the International Year of Soils. Last 5 or 6 decades of research, what is the alternative? Plant required only nutrient and water for growth. But that is the hydroponics we know. Still now, the last 5 to 6 decades of research, 95% food comes from soils. That is what is the importance of the soils, relevance to centuries. And what is the challenges are the most important threat? That is the land degradation, climate change, and soil biodiversity loss with respect to natural resource management for food security. And even declared, as our President also mentioned, that if the degradation going on in this rate, with respect to this soil erosion, wind erosion, acidity, soil affected soil, then waterlogging, other things, degradation process, by 60 years of times, global food security is a challenge to feed the 8 billion people, not only to the Indian people, 140 crore rupees right now, and 170 crore population in the right place. Well, whatever the degradation process is going on, still known, the basic mechanism is right now the physical, chemical, and biological degradations, and as well as degradations to the ecological degradations. The central pool is depletion of the soil organic carbon and food. If it is maintained in an equilibrium level, or if we are able to increase with the climate change situation, whatever land management practices is doing in a piece of land, then we can check to some extent the land degradation process of soils. Now if this is very common to known to everybody, with the Newton mining, around to produce right now 350 million tons of food grains, cereals, rice, maize, and millets. Newton gap is around 18 to 22 million mining of Newton is going on, as well as water. We are exporting rice, basmati rice, and non-basmati rice, and this year also wheat to extent because of Russia-Ukraine war. So, under that situation, Newton mining and gap is 18 to 20 million ton. With over the times, fertilizer subsidy is increasing to the extent. Right now in 80s, whereas the 30,000 crore rupees, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizer declared this year budget, it may exceed 2.5 lakh crore rupees. So, there is a situation of production in the fertilizer factory also, because of Russia-Ukraine war, gas supply systems and cost inbound, and phosphatic fertilizer, orthophosphoric acid. So, factor productivity decline, we are knowing everything. After application of the fertilizers. Now, with the challenge is that government, how long it will continue to increase the subsidy amount to the extent of 2.5 lakh crores next to oil, petroleum products. So, So alternative, what is the alternative? The food security that is coming up nowadays, the decades, 2000s onwards, that, and later on, the All India Network project on organic farming has formed, conservation agriculture, business summit, to restore the natural resources of soil and water, and recently, last 5 years or like that organic farming converted to natural farming. And that has been included to some extent in the organic farming network project itself. So what is the results? It is coming, summarize, if I may summarize, the conservation agriculture research system is producing higher yield, profitability also, and as well as energy consumption is less, and global warming potential is less. I will come some of the data sets, technology developed in conservation agriculture system, and All India Network project of organic farming, what it has been, that it is the initial years of 3-4 year lag phase of yield declining. After that, it started increasing once the biological properties is improved, and soil properties is improved or other things. Not necessarily it is exceedingly higher than the high intensive input agriculture of fertilizer or chemicals, agricultural inputs, insecticide, pesticide, and weedicides. And natural farming is recently origin. Yesterday we have listened to Dr. A.B. Singh, ISO Bhopal directors. Most of the constraint in All India Network project of organic farming and natural farming, whatever reviews, that availability of the ingredients in the farmer's doorsteps. Availability fertilizer also in the farmer's doorstep till now is urea and DAP. Sometimes there is a fighting during the crop season to get the DAP. I will come to that point. Now, this is we know the factor productivity decline from 14 to 15 kg per kg of NPK application to this. Even after that, we have not calculated it is decreasing or not decreasing. Because we are not knowing the 63 petagram is 1.5 meter of soil depth. Solvent carbon stocks. It is estimated by Tapas Bhattacharya et al. During 2000s onwards. After the 2 decades have been changed, global climate change is going on, temperature is increasing, extreme events is happening, soil loss is increasing. The Dehradun Institute has estimated 5.3 million tons of soil loss with the average loss of 16 tons as well as nutrient loss. So, and earlier this soil degraded area, different organization has different areas are coming out, but ultimately our harmonized database that it is a 120.2 million hectare out of 142 million hectares of net sown areas. So, with respect to soil erosion, with respect to water and wind, soil affected soil, and as well as acidity and waterlogged situations. So, how to revive this degraded land and improve the factor productivity? What is the way out? This is, we will continue with this high input intensive agriculture, or we will shift to the conservation agriculture, or we will shift to the organic farming or natural farming. That is a challenge to the organic. Now, this is the first of its kind. Another organizations attempted to map, special map with the satellite images, land degradation in India with respect to this factors affecting the soil degradations. But that area, whatever it is coming, it is not necessarily matching what we have got, the harmonized database of 120 million hectares. But they have come out, some of the states, where state-wise, the degradation status is increasing or decreasing to that. So one of the important soil degradation process is soil erosion by waters. And determined in early 80s, Dehradun Institute, with that empirical models of RKLSCP universal soil loss equation. Most important variable in that is that R factor, that erosivity, rainfall erosivity, only 52 meteorological rainfall data stations in the early 80s. After that, the climate change, extreme rainfall events, other things, no results has come out. This is the first of its kind. Next one, IIT Delhi with the satellite image data, rainfall erosivity map, spatial map has been declared with 2,500 rainfall stations data sets. But this is the R is the most important factor in estimating the soil loss in usually equations. And this is the recent development. And land degradation, the second factor is the imbalances we know. And already everybody knows in states from Haryana to highest is the imbalance NPK, and Manipur is the lowest, but average of the states is around coming 13:5:1 against the 14:2:1. So what is the major factor is working here? That it is the availability or supply of fertilizers. The question is that not only the supply chain is a constant, the constant is the price of the fertilizers also. Now for urea rice, we are talking about the organic farming area is also increasing. That is it all in the network projects. But urea rice is 35 in the last 5 years. And this year, April to October, 3.7% increase of urea consumptions. So next is DAP, and cost of urea is only 5.6 kg subsidized. DAP is also subsidized. Phosphatic fertilizer is deregulated. Potassium fertilizer is totally imported. Constant is imbalances, though we are knowing, and technological intervention is there to maintain the 4:2:1, the cost of the other fertilizers, customized fertilizers, NPKs, is much higher than the urea. So this is another of the things, not only fertilizer supply situation, this is the cost also involved, and fertilizer subsidy to the government, and ultimately it is the fiscal deficit to the government to maintain the 6% of the GDP. So
Sir, we have 2 minutes.
this is the second challenge. Yes, sir. So now we are knowing that agriculture, Indian context, the greenhouse gas emission, we are emitting 14% Indian agriculture systems. How to reduce? Is it reducing? What about the management practices? Productivity, profitability, water saving, land degradation. Other than that, global warming potential. What about technology intervention purposes? The recent development that United Nations Convention on Climate Change, irreversible climate tipping point is the less than 1.5 degree centigrade temperature rise. Right now we are in a position of 0.85 degree centigrade temperature. To do that, maintain, it will be the catastrophic events, and as we are knowing historically, the Harappan Mohenjo-daro, because of the climate catastrophes, IIT research. So in order to avoid that one, natural resource management and global climate change model, temperature may increase to, it is not only in Indian context, 2 to 3 degrees centigrade. So, but we are knowing that soil profile has the capacity, whatever present in the atmosphere, 2 to 3 times more to store that one. And to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions of nitrous oxide, methane, and carbon dioxide. Now, in a different situation, that the representative concentration pathway, right from 2.5 to 8, in a medium emission situation, 3 to 5%, and high emission, 3.5 to 10% situation, what is the yield reductions of rice? Because rice is the only crop which is the most two important factor, not only methane, which is 28 times global warming potential than the carbon dioxide, as well as we are applying nitrogen, urea fertilizers, or nitrous oxide, is 300 times global warming potential than the carbon dioxides. So the model of RCP, representative concentration pathway 8.5 predicts that only southern states and southern and eastern regions offer more scope to further increase of rice of presently 110 million tons. Additional food grain requirement annually we have to increase 5 to 6 million tons. Rice is around more than 4 million tons every year. If climate situation is, we are not able to manage these greenhouse gas emissions, global warming potential, Indian average is negative.
Please wind up,
with
sir.
respect to the rice.
Please wind up, sir. Please wind up.
So we have to think about the fertilizer application as well as the climate change situation with respect to the global warming potential. Now, what is the resolutions of the different conference of parties? Are we following the Indian agriculture, International Convention of Climate Change? Conference of Parties of 25 mentioned that we have to sequester 4 per 1,000, 4 milli to maintain, to restrict the global temperature rise less than 1.5 degrees centigrade each and every country globally. Otherwise, it will be a climate catastrophe. Now, this year, right now in November, it happened. Conference of Parties 27, Sharm el Sheikh in Egypt. The major findings is a call to action None of the countries stick to that temperature. It is less than 1.5 degrees centigrade. Second is that only pledge has been taken by some of the countries, European Union as well as USA also, to reduce methane only. Where Russia, India and China remain absent. And third one, only agreement, the new resolution, earlier it was going on, but it was not settled, that loss and damage. If extreme climate event is happening in the sub-Saharan countries or African countries or in developing countries, so as per IPCC protocol, even convention, loss and damage, they will give the compensation. For example, extreme climate event in coastal belts of India, I allow like that. If it is happening, and in that protocol, the government of India is claiming, may get. But to raise that $100 billion for this loss and damage is still in a pathway to negotiate. Now, what are the six important events of conference of parties? Yes?
Please conclude, sir.
Two slides, sir. The conference of parties, the climate finance, I already told, climate is loss and damage. And again, it has been left to the United Nations General Secretary to make agreement, Paris Agreement of Conference of Parties, to maintain 1.5 degrees centigrade temperature of global climate change, to reverse the climate change situation and sustainable productivity. These are the very important things, the climate change affecting the soil properties of physical, chemical, biological properties, and we are knowing. Now, these are the conservation practices, conservation issues, conservation technologies. None of the technologies is perfect in productivity, profitability, water savings, as well as greenhouse gas emissions. In conservation agricultural systems, in addition to the intensive agricultural system, additional productivity, profitability, water saving, in some of the things is greenhouse gas emission. Each and every technology, resource conservation technology, we have to evaluate with respect to not only the productivity, profitability, that is the interest of the farmers. But scientific point of view, we have to think what is the water saving is there or greenhouse gas emission is less. From that, we have to choose the technology and to spare the technologies. Now, we are talking about the organic farming. This is the research of NICTA projects, findings. Findings of the NICTA projects, you see the organic farming, global greenhouse gas emission potential compared to the DSR, direct seeded rice, as a zero tillage, and INM, much less than the organic systems. So, in that aspects, we have to evaluate organic in a restricted zone or something here there to get the premium prices of export-oriented basmati rice. Now, this is the terminal heat. We know that at Greenfield maturity, if it is 31 degrees centigrade temperature, there is a drastic reduction in yield. And rice during anthesis, if it is not a 22 degrees centigrade temperature. How we can tackle with the NICTA 6 project, zero-till systems. Yes? Now, to solve conservation, we are talking about so many engineering devices is there. It is the vegetation. I developed this technology, 1 meter vertical interval, 2 lines of grasses. Whatever grasses available, that significantly reduce the not only runoff and soil loss, but also the carbon management index, taking care of the carbon pools, which can be taken care of most degrading process of soil erosion loss. So, summarizing this, increased fertilizer consumption and subsidy is a concern. Formula assessment in Indian soils of cultivation practices required assessments, and whatever technology we have to think of spread natural resource management of point of view, temperature rise should be less than 1.5 degrees greenhouse gas emissions, and payment of ecosystem services. Soil not only producing the other things. Once it is the ecosystem services, forestry and ecosystems, RED plus mechanism is there in, that is a IPCC protocol. If you are sequestering the 5 years tree or 10 years tree, there is a payment of system to the farmers. So, these are some of the technologies which can be taken care of the degradation of the natural resources.
Please conclude.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sir. Thank you. Now, thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Now in this session, we had 4 lectures. Now we can provide 5 minutes for any questions.
No, I think it is.
Maybe 1 or 2 questions, if any.
Only 2 minutes.
2 minutes, 1 or 2 questions, if any. If you have any questions to speakers, Okay. Okay, go ahead, sir.
I have questioned the same question to him and to Dr. Ghosh. On one hand, you have Dr. He is telling about the forest to 2:1 is the ideal ratio. We know that. But if you take at the percentage share of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potash uptake, all the crops except the pulses, oilseeds, and fiber crops, the potash uptake is more than nitrogen. So this is underrated. This is very wrong in balanced fertilizers. In another slide, you are talking about site-specific nutrient management, the 4 R's stewardship. Two are totally against each other. Site-specific nutrient management takes care of the spatial and the temporal variability, and thereby SSM is proposed. That is the principle in agriculture. So on one hand you will say that SSMA, and on other hand you will say 4:2:1. And even Dr. Ghosh is concerned with nutrient mining, but he also proposes 4:2:1. So which nutrient is most prone to mining? This is potassium, right? So you cannot have 4:2:1 for all crops, for all soils, for all climates, for all cultivars, right? Agreed. So these two are against each other.
If you allow me to respond.
Before that, I will ask Dr. Shruti Rai Chaudhary. He mentioned about the hydrogen, which immobilizes the heavy metals which have been by the microbes have been immobilized, and you hold it into the hydrogen filter. Now the filter has a certain carrying capacity. Once the carrying capacity is saturated, what to do with the filter? Where to dispose it on? How to ensure the eco-friendly disposal? If you leach it with something, you will get back the heavy metals.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think there is no need to effort here. I think you can discuss with convincing
Intent was only.
That's okay. Already we are late, sir. So you can discuss with him and you can clarify the doubts. And I think in this session we had 4 lectures, and all the lectures were outstanding. I mean, say that a lot of information was given during this lecture. So with these words, I summarize with the things that the lectures were outstanding, the information were very good. I think because of the time shortage, and I apologize that I took a bit more time. So my apology for that, and I think that the session gone well, and there are many questions, but because of the paucity of the time, we are not able to take those questions. But I request all the speakers, if you get a chance to interact with the person who have some doubts, you can clear those doubts. Because the time, in given time, you cannot answer all the questions, you cannot clarify what you want to convey the message. So with these words, thank you very much. I am very much thankful to my reporters. Reporters must be giving some recommendations to the President, Dr. Vishwas, and he will putting those recommendations in the final proceedings. So with these words, thank you very much, and thank you very much all the audience for patiently hearing. I apologize that we have started a bit late, but we have finished almost 10 minutes more time we have taken what we have given to us. So with these words, thank you very much. Thank you all.
Sir, you have done a wonderful job chairing the sessions. Actually, in this session, there were 7 speakers. Out of that, only 4 speakers. So on that basis, it took almost, each person have taken much time. Anyway, everybody has given their best efforts, and they have made outstanding presentation. So thank you to all the speakers. And I personally thank the chairman of this session, Dr. Amaresh Chandra, Director, IGFRI Jhansi, and Dr. Rajan. Thank you, Dr. Rajan, for giving your support as a reporter. Now I need your proceedings also immediately after this. And initially I thought that you will complete in this session, so but because of the time shortage, that as per your time, I will give you. Thank you very much.
Delivered their lecture in this session. May I call upon Dr. Amaresh Chandra, Dr. Bhupinder Singh, Dr. Saichudal Rai Chaudhary, Dr. B.N. Ghosh, and May I recommend as a token of appreciation to them? Dr. B.N. Ghosh, please, please. Dr. Rai Chaudhary, please. Thank you.
So now sir, immediately after this, we are not going for break. The tea will be served here itself. So please wait. And I request for this session, Chairperson, Dr. Moushumi Rai Chaudhary. Dr. Moushumi Rai Chaudhary, please come on the dais, and Dr. Renu Singh, please come on the dais. Welcome. So welcome Dr. Moushumi Rai Chaudhary. Dr. Moushumi Rai Chaudhary is Principal Scientist, ICR, Indian Institute of Water Management, Bhubaneswar. And she will be chairing the session, so welcome. And Dr. Renu Singh, she is from Environment Science at IARI, New Delhi. And she will act as rapporteur. So directly I am handing over the mic to Dr. Moushumi Rai Chaudhary to proceed the session.
Thank you, Dr. Bishwas, for giving me this opportunity. Very good afternoon to all of you, and very happy New Year too. And I will start the session. Before that, I mention the blessings of my teacher, Professor Shanal, who is present here. And first, we will like to see how many papers are there. Now, how many speakers are present?
3, 4, 5, 6.
Six speakers are there.
Paper and only 1 hour, 15 minutes.
1 hour, 15 minutes.
15, 1, 5.
So we will give 10 minutes to each speaker, and I think that will be right. And then 15 minutes left, so we will discuss on that. If it is 10 minutes, then 8 minutes for presentation, and
Only 10 minutes presentation.
any question is there, we will keep 2 minutes for that. So, but I will request all the speakers to be very precise and to be to the point. Better to leave the introduction and this background part. And at the same time, in the last, after conclusion, if they can give us some take-home points, maybe 1 or 2, so that will be better and that can be taken home. So with that, I will like to start the session. Do you like to say anything? Anything you want to like? Okay. So this is...
Last.
Huh?
You want first or last?
Presentation. Okay, if you want, I can give last. Okay. So let us... yes. Yes. So I will present last. And before that, I will just call upon Dr. D. Blaze. Yes, he will be presenting on subsoiling improves root growth and productivity of transgenic BG2 cotton, hybrid and Asiatic cotton cultivar.
to give this talk. Without much ado, I would be talking on a work that my group, I and my colleagues at CICR started. I would just tell why we took up this work. Basically because when the BT cotton hybrids were introduced, I'll go to the next slide. Just to give a fair idea of where cotton is grown in the country, it is grown in the north, in central India and in South India. You can see here the bulk of the area is in central India, which is more than 80 lakh hectares, 8 million hectares of cotton is grown in the central zone. Most of it is in Maharashtra. Now if you see this yellow arrow, this is the point where the BT cotton hybrid was first introduced in India. It picked up pace very, very slowly, and which one? The pointer is not working, I think. This side? Yeah, the adoption was very slow initially, and then it took up very fast. And now we have more than 95% of the area under the BT hybrids that are grown in the country. And you can see initially it was, this BT hybrid was introduced to address the biotic pressures that the crop was facing. Cotton is well known as a crop that is infested by the insects. That the most important one is the bollworm, the American bollworm. So to address that problem, the BT hybrid was introduced, and the technology was one of the most adopted technology that ever Indian agriculture saw was the adoption of this BT hybrids. More than even the conservation agriculture that we see in the North India. But this is one serious concern of the production and the productivity that is lagging behind now. Although we are global leaders in the production and the area, we are having the productivity which is about half to 1/3 of the other countries in the world where cotton is grown. Like Australia has the highest productivity of about 1800 kilograms of lint, that is the fiber produced per hectare. Now various factors responsible for the low yields. We all know most of the area is rain fed, blah blah blah, so many things. Biotic pressure has been addressed by the BT hybrids introduced. But the abiotic stresses also contribute, like the poor soil fertility, which has been discussed, waterlogging, salinity, and soil compaction. Soil compaction is one thing that we addressed, and I would be discussing about that. Now, this soil compaction could be due to the hard pan at a lower depth, or it could be due to the hard setting, the basic nature of the vertisols. And we all know, many erudite soil scientists over here, compaction effects, they reduces porosity, increases bulk density, increases the resistance, reduces the hydraulic conductivity, and poor root growth. This is the work of Sohn and Uberwerk and Raper and Taylor in the US. They showed that the cotton root growth tapers, becomes into a J shape. Now, one of the major factors is the moisture content, weak soil. This could be a major factor that is responsible. And the weak soil nature is that it is unable to withstand the stress that falls on the soil at the surface. And soil moisture content is the most important influence that happens on soil compaction. And vertisols, we all know, have very high clay content, and the magnitude of compaction can vary by several orders. Now, how can we alleviate compaction? Deep tillage is one that has been always done in the past. Subsoiling is an area, but subsoiling is energy intensive and is costly. So, is there any alternative to it? can rotation crops alleviate compaction. Now we took up some pot culture studies initially to see how the different BT versus the traditional American cotton varieties and the indigenous desi cotton that were grown by the farmers in our country. And this is a view of the pot culture study. You can see here the most compacted soil had lesser of the root growth as compared to the one which is at the optimal bulb density of about 1.4 to 1.5. This is a close-up view. You can see here a lot of roots proliferating all around, whereas in the compacted soil, very few of the secondary roots and the tertiary roots coming up. Now, if we see the root length in the BT hybrid, it starts falling drastically after 1.6 the gram per cubic centimeter or the milligram megagram per cubic meter. And the Desi and the American cotton varieties, they start declining, showing a decline at a much later stage. But the dry matter accumulation is much drastic in case of the transgenic hybrids as compared to, although the dry matter accumulation is much less, but the fall is much greater. Now we took up field studies which now completed 5 years with various treatments, and I would like to show that the deep subsoil treatment was much better, improved the seed cotton yield by about 15% over the control and the shallow subsoiling. Whereas in the Desi, these are the indigenous cotton varieties which were traditionally grown in India. We seldom see them growing now in the country. They did not show any response to the deep subsoiling or the shallow subsoiling as per se. Now we wanted to study how compaction affects the root. Dr. Bhupinder was presenting on the root rhizosphere and all that. We see that very clearly when the deep subsoiling was done. These are the same images we just published in Current Science, and the xylem characteristics, if you see the root characteristics of the xylem, the pore dimensions and the vessels were greater as compared to what we see in the control. This is the cortex and the epidermis, and it also impacted the nutrient uptake pattern of the cotton plants. I'm not showing all that about the nutrient uptake and all that, but I want to show some most important things that we were less aware of, or how the soil strength is with the deep subsoiling as compared to the control. It had lesser of the strength, and we were interested to see how this is 0 means the row in which cotton is grown, and as we move in between the row, you see the strength increasing. From the row to the mid row, the strength increases, and at the lower depth it is much higher. So we can imagine how the root growth would be getting very constrained and this would affect the nutrient uptake, water uptake, and all the other parameters. Consequently, the crop gets overstressed.
Dr.
Now,
Blythe,
yeah,
2 minutes more.
This is a study from the US where they have seen how soil strength is affected. Here I would like to tell about the field efficiency is much greater. Now deep subsoiling, as I already told in the first slide, that the efficiency is, the cost component is very high. It is about 10 liters of fuel per hectare is consumed as compared to if you do it at an alternate row. Now the tractor efficiency, the slip percentage, what happens is when you have the subsoiler, it is very intensive, energy intensive. So there is a slip, the more and more of slip takes place, and the tractor gets stuck. So that can be avoided by having a much higher load. But if you have a higher load, then it would be meaning that you are needing more energy. Now, the alternative thing to break these hot pans could be by rotating a crop, and you can see that all these rotation crops had much better rooting depth. This is what you see radish, and very clearly every row of radish had broken the layers. Now this is about the boll weight and the seed cotton yield. If you have the rotation systems, you have a much greater proportion of the cotton that is picked much early as compared to the other systems. These systems are getting picked at a later point of time. To conclude, basically two major conclusions from our research is deep subsoiling improved rooting and productivity of the BG2 hybrids. Crop rotations is a good option to subsoiling, and we need to address compaction in order to reduce land degradation and enable meeting the sustainable development goals. The future course is we need to develop a diagnostic technique to know where there is compaction, because otherwise we will be doing the subsoiling at random where it is needed and where it is not needed. I would like to thank my, apart from the organizers, my ICR and CICR for kind permissions, and my colleagues, Engineer Majumdar, Dr. Manikandan, who is here, and Dr. Savita Santosh, and my technical staff. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for
thank you so much for completing in time.
Thank you.
A big hand. I think we will take up questions after the session. May I invite Dr. M. Mohanty, Advisor Scientist G, Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, Vigyan Bhavan, New Delhi.
Good evening, everyone. Respected Chair, Co-Chair, and distinguished scientists and my dear friends. And the topic today, which I choose to present here in Indian Science Congress, is about climate crisis and food security. Can science, technology, and innovation alone build agriculture resilient to climate change? Deliberately, I choose this topic. In my presentation, definitely you are going to get in all the information that you know already, but can this technology that we developed as scientists, they're enough to mitigate, or they're ready for adaptation to climate change, or there are other things that really required from the policy perspective? So I'll just mix both science, technology, and innovation with some kind of policy that Government of India is pursuing and is also underway in many ministries, and how both can be clubbed together to make our agriculture resilient to climate change. So my presentation will be first introduction to food security, and what are the challenges in food security, and those challenges, are they affected by climate change? Yes, of course, definitely they will be. And the gaps and barriers in uptake of science, technology, and innovations, that also you know. And I will just inform you, okay, my presentation more about informed decisions. And the climate change impacts on India and the world, and the climate crisis and food security, and efforts India make to counter climate crisis. So there's some of those policies from the government side that are really, we also know that what actually at the government level people are doing. National Action Plan, climate change, what are those policies, or some of those things that, and the concluding remarks based on my presentation, I'll just conclude some of the things. So if you ask me what is food security, so there are many definitions, but I would suggest to, I would like to go for the United Nations definitions, and how India is affected, and how many, what percentage of population, or how many people in India are really undernourished, or not getting square meal a day, or maybe they're not getting the food that they require. Because it's not, food security is not about giving you a square meal a day. It is about availability, accessibility, affordability. Side by side, all people at all times have physical, social, economic access to sufficient, safe, nutritious also. It's not about, safe, nutritious food that meets their food preferences and dietary needs for an active and healthy life. So it is not about getting the food alone, a square meal a day. So they should be nutritious. They should provide enough nutrients so that they remain healthy and active. So in that, actually, if you just see the food security and what are the challenges that actually we faced, and what are the science, technology, innovations we have developed, and we have been developing, and we are developing also. So challenges, if I say biotic stress, abiotic stress, or improve crop productivity, definitely yes. If I talk about biotic stress, definitely they are also affected by climate change, because the way climate is changing, the rainfall pattern, the increasing temperature, the relative humidity, then definitely they are affecting the whole environment. And for that, actually, what we have developed, so you know it, but I am not going to details. I'm just giving you some example: disease and pest resistant crops we have developed, rust resistant wheat varieties, improved agronomic practices to get rid of all those biotic stress. Similarly, for abiotic stress, it is about, just I gave us one or two examples, just like salt-tolerant crops or climate-resilient crops, what we have developed. And regarding improved productivity, it is go for all those advanced techniques, how to improve the crop productivity with good agronomy practices. And similarly, we cannot ignore also the livestock, because through livestock only, high nutrient or low cost fodder we need to give the animals. Similarly, low cost animal semen, but cement production is also governed by the climate, because the animals are subjected to harsh weather, all those things. So productivity of animals also decreases. And tissue culture engineering, all those aspects. Similarly, if other things about the challenges, also lack of water availability, that also will be changed due to the change in the climate. I will have a few slides on that later on in this presentation. And also the soil health, definitely it's more paramount importance to us. And what are the technologies or the innovations we have brought to improve the soil health as well as improve the productivity of the crop. And also, when there is lack of water availability, the challenges are made through water storage techniques, micro irrigation, all those things, all those technologies, we rainwater harvesting, desalination technology, sensors also we use in agriculture. Similarly, recent development is precision agriculture. That's also gives some count of how to do things just like your spectroscopy application or remote sensing application. Drone technology also now come up very nicely, and Internet of Things, big data analytics. So these are all science and technology we are developing, making secure our food. So similarly also, there are more other things, the farm operations, power, control intensive challenges also, storage, and as well as food accessibility and post-harvest loss, how to counter those things. So when we talk about these are the challenges, and these challenges definitely affected by climate change, but there are also certain drawbacks in the system itself also, maybe why these science, technology, innovations are not adopted by at all levels in the farming community. One important is cost involved, as well as how good the technology is, how simple the technology is the farmers can understand, because they're more of extension activities, I just wanted to tell you, and the credit access, whether they have enough money, the socio-economic status of the farmer, as well as the attitude, belief on those, and belief on the scientists, belief on the technology. There are many aspects that also hinders the adaptability or uptake of these innovations that we do. But more importantly, when you talk about climate change, and we know that climate change may push India towards hunger by 2030. It is happening. It is there. It was. It is happening. It will be there. But the way we are tackling that is more important. So according to the IFPRA policy report, climate change may push many Indians towards hunger in 2030 because due to flood, due to drought, all those things, and decline in agricultural production and disruption in food supply chain. So because what are the causes? The climate change, the outcome of indiscriminate land use or deforestation, or there are other things, including your unsustainable energy consumption and production, as well as unendurable lifestyles, because your lifestyle also contributes significantly to climate change. So I'm just giving some example how climate change impacting the world I have taken from WHO. So if you look at this, how many people, how many deaths are occurring due to climate change related activities, and in future, if the temperature is going to increase, so how many people will be affected in and around the world. So, not only the disease and pest, the vector-borne diseases will increase, and that put the humanity at risk. So, for that, we need to change our food system. We need to change the way we practice, and from now, another 20 years, you'll find your change in agricultural practices, change in other things, and there is rapid change in the farming practice due to technology and innovations. So the climate crisis that just I am putting those, India is the 5th most affected country affected by climate change globally. And in world, according to World Risk Index 20, India is the 4th most country at risk. In South Asia, ahead of Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. And the more this climate disasters and all those things happening regularly, and you can see the figure of India. You can see that how vulnerable are our farmers to climate. This is the report from NICRA I have collected, and you can see vulnerability index of different district-wise, and you'll see that probably 40% of the population out of the 570 districts studied, and 35 districts are highly vulnerable, and very high vulnerable 22 districts according to study, and it was published in Down to Earth as well as a report from the NICRA. So that means it shows that our future is not that bright as we assume. So we need to really work on this, and apart from that, so if I mention it regarding the temperature rise as well as the flooding intensity and what's happening, and how this will relate to your food security, that means your poverty and vulnerability to diseases, pest, and income, and it is also affecting the livelihood of the people. So more than 60% of Indian agriculture depend on rain, so you can imagine how our food security is affected. When you are depending on our rain-fed agriculture, will most likely to be affected due to the scarcity of rain and drought and intensity. So I'm not going in detail because I have just 10 minutes to presentation. Just you know it, most of the things, but I want to, what efforts India is making, just I want to put some information that the government of India side. So if you look at, due to our population, we may say that our emission is 70% below the world average, and 93% those of United States. Actually, this is due to our population. But in fact, agriculture is contributing around 30 or 27% GHG emission, and India is the world's 3rd largest economy as well as 5th largest greenhouse gas emitter. But the United Nations predict that 30% rise in agricultural greenhouse gas emission 2050. So though agriculture is not under the climate, net zero emission control category, but we need to really work on this, and our technologies that our scientists are providing, definitely they are climate resilient, but only giving the technology to be climate resilient is not sufficient enough unless otherwise the cause and effect relationship are studied. What are the causes? If they are controlled, definitely your technology, science, technology, innovation that are you are giving to the farmers, that will be effective. Otherwise, we keep on doing research, and if nothing is happened to the government side, no policy, all those things. That's why the government of India is making, taking more initiative to adaptation and mitigation actions by increasing, by bringing in many policies as well as promoting many practices that I'm listing a few things here. You can see clean energy cess on coals, clean energy fund, as well as national solar mission. These are, some of the things that government of India is doing. So we have actually National Adaptation Fund setting up ultra mega solar projects and ultra modern supercritical coal-based thermal power technology, as well as development of solar parks, the smart cities missions, as well as if I talk about one more thing about National Air Quality Index, Delhi is the witness to this, and how the quality of air in Delhi due to the burning of crop residues in adjacent states. These are all, and there are others also, next action on climate plan. I'll just named a few things, just like National Solar Mission, National Mission on Enhanced Energy Efficiency, and National Mission on Sustainable Habitat, that's the smart cities, all those things, and National Water Mission, then National Mission on Green India, then National Mission on sustaining the Himalayan ecosystem, where we are looking for conserving the biodiversity, forest cover, as well as ecological value of the Himalayan region. Also, National Mission on Strategy Knowledge of Climate Change, National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture. So all these, action plans, they are contributing something towards, mitigating as well as adaptation section and helping in contributing towards reducing the greenhouse gas load in the atmosphere. And some of the other schemes I will, if I tell you here, then the International Solar Alliance, then state action on climate in the state level also there is planned, then FAME schemes for e-mobility and Atal Mission for rejuvenation of urban transformation of smart cities, then Ujala schemes also efficiency, the LED bulbs, all those things. So also we are going to the renewable energy source. Yes, ma'am, I'm just going to finish this. So recently, Government of India under National Green Hydrogen Mission. So this is the recent one on 4th January 2023. This mission is approved by the cabinet. Here actually green hydrogen when produced by electrolysis of water, and it has several benefits we'll get from this, and the green hydrogen energy is vital in India to meet national determined NDC contribution towards climate change targets and ensure regional and national energy security access and availability. So these are and other aspects of this green hydrogen. Apart from that, also we're looking for bioenergy production from agricultural waste. Also, this is more important because we are burning the crop residues. So from our mission, I would just note one is waste to wealth mission, where actually we are trying to develop some kind of policy where the agricultural waste can be utilized for energy production purpose. So and that actually either methanol or ethanol or maybe methane gas, that can be part of the mainstreaming of those gases for cooking purpose also. So this is what actually I wanted to present. So combining your science, technology, innovation, and combining the policy, because it's a cause and effect relationship, and the solution from the scientists combined together can bring India and Indian agriculture resilient to climate change. So thank you giving me the opportunity to talk to you, and that's the line I have written. So we are the first generation that can end poverty, but we are also the last generation that can slow global warming before it is too late. So we must act together and before it is too late. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dr. Mohanty, and we really wanted to learn more about the efforts being taken by the government, but due to this paucity of time, so we could not listen more, but definitely we will be in touch with you, okay. And any funding or projects, if you are competitive yes. projects you are giving,
definitely,
so definitely you yes, advertise or intimate us.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. It's a pleasure talking to you.
I'm here for another 2 hours.
2 hours. Yes. I have lots to ask you.
Yes.
So thank you, Dr. Mohanty. Now I request Dr. F.H. Rahman, Principal Scientist, ICR Atari, Kolkata.
So respected Chairman, Rapporteur, and the Sectional President, Dr. Vishwas, and my teacher, Professor S.K. Sanyal, Dr. Reddy, Director from Laboratory Stress Research, Baramati, and my distinguished scientists and friends, and my dear students. Actually, my topic is climate resilient agriculture and food security in Eastern India. My previous speaker, Mr. Dr. Mohanty, he was speaking on the policies and the different schemes of Government of India in making our agriculture and our climate to make resilient. My presentation mainly confined on the grassroots level technologies, what our farmers are following, what are the success cases of the technology, because we are dealing NICRA project through KVKs in farmers field. So here I'm seeing some students, so I'm seeing some of the basic slides about climate change. So what is climate change? So dear students, some of the slides are for you only, so you should know what is climate change. It is mentioned here, it refers to the change of climate that is attributed directly or indirectly to human activity that alters the composition of the global atmosphere. And that is in addition to natural climate variability observed over a comparable time period. You know the difference between climate and weather? If you consider the weather, it is the daily basis, but if you consider the climate, it will at least we will consider 35 years, isn't it? So it is the average of the 35 years weather, that is called climate. So how climate changed? What is the reasons behind that? So there are mainly there are two main broad reasons. First one, natural cause. Another one is anthropogenic activities. But in natural cause, it is beyond our control. What are those? These are the continental drift. Continental drift is the what is it? It is the movement of tectonical plate of the ocean. When our continent's drift is changed, huge warm heat
please.
are coming to atmosphere.
Silence, please.
Second one is volcanoes. You know the volcanoes. Third one is the earth tilt. And fourth one is the ocean currents. These are the different natural cause for climate change. But our concern is the anthropogenic activities. What is this? Mainly the greenhouse gases, mainly the increase or increment of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. So if you see the slides, so the greenhouse gases composition, who are the contributors of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere? You can see the 58% greenhouse gases are contributed by the energy. Energy means the transport, the domestic use of air conditioners, different factories, etc. And 22% from industry and 17% from our agriculture. This is our concern. And out of this 17%, there is the agriculture contribution in greenhouse gases. Out of 17%, now you can see here the greenhouse gas from the agriculture sector, and you can be surprised that out of total agriculture contribution greenhouse gas, around 60% comes from the ruminant animals for their enteric fermentation. Ruminant animals means the cattle, buffaloes. So during their digestion system, huge amount of methane comes out from their stomach into the atmosphere. So among the 70%, so 60% from the ruminant animals, 21% from rice cultivation, 16% from agricultural soils, and 2% from manual management. So now I can show you the abundance of and lifetime of greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. These are the three main devastating greenhouse gases: carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. Pre-1750. Why I am considering pre-1750? Because after 1750, our industrialization has started. So before 1750, the carbon dioxide concentration was 280 in tropospheric layer, because we are living in the tropospheric. There are 4 layers. You know the 4 layers: tropospheric, stratospheric, mesospheric, thermospheric. So in tropospheric, carbon dioxide concentration was before 1750 it was 280. In the recent, now it has gone to 415 ppm. For methane, it was 722. Now it is 1,834. And nitrous oxide, it was 270 ppb. Now it is 328. If you consider the global warming potential, if I consider the carbon dioxide, carbon dioxide GWP of carbon dioxide is 1, the methane is the most devastating one, nitrous oxide is the most devastating one. It can give 265 times more global warming potential of the atmosphere as compared to the carbon dioxide. For methane, it is 28. And if we consider the life expectancy of 1 unit of carbon dioxide, it is around 200 years. For methane, it is 12.4 years. And for nitrous oxide, it is 121 years. These are the some, I am showing you, these are some climate change facts. In last 100 years, if we consider the last 100 years, global temperature risen by around 1 degree centigrade. Evidence of more extreme rainfall and drought. Mountain ice caps retreating, glacial melt and outbuilds increasing, snow cover decreased by 10%. Mean sea level rise by 1 to 2 millimeter year in 20th century. Summer and autumn rise thin by 40%. Occurrence of weather related events has risen faster than any other sector. If I can collect the data. If we see from 2002 to last 2021, every year there are different climatic vulnerability we are facing. You can remember in the last 1 or 2 years, huge number of super cyclones we are facing. So if we consider the next 100 years, so global temperature risen by 1.4 to 5.8 degrees centigrade, land will warm more, global precipitation increases, but rainfall and droughts more extreme, sea level rise by 9 to 88 centimeter. By 2080s, further 80 million people will be flooded every year. Another 290 million people will be at risk of malaria. And decline in agriculture productivity and poor will be the most vulnerable. So, these are the data now in our NICRA fields. If we consider the year from 1910 to 2002, we could find the number of cyclones we received average 4.4 per year. But from 2002 to 2012, we could find the number of cyclones average 6.2, including small and big ones per year. So this is the impact of climate change on rice production. An increase of 2 to 4 degrees centigrade temperature to 15% reduction in ice yield. Rain-fed and drought-prone areas 17 to 40%. Water scarcity affects 23 million hectares in Asia. And additional carbon dioxide benefit crops, but this effect nullified by increase in temperature. Please listen, my dear students. So agriculture is a part of the solution. Agriculture can reduce the global carbon dioxide emission by 10 to 15%. Well-maintained soils sequester carbon. Conservation tillage prevents further loss of soil erosion and soil fertility. Enhances soil carbon capture. Agroforestry, trees on farm sequester carbon. So agriculture can be a part of the solution. So our government of India, our country has taken initiative in launching one project, that is National Initiative in Climate Resilient Agriculture, based on the 3 pillars mainly: increase productivity and incomes, enhancing resilience of livelihoods and ecosystems, reducing greenhouse emissions from the atmosphere. Now NICRA has been renamed as National Innovations on Climate Resilient Agriculture from 2017. So these are the different modules we are working. Actually, I am belong to ICAR Atari Kolkata, and we are looking after the Krishi Vigyan Kendras. Particularly in NICRA, there are mainly 2 parts we are doing. First one is a strategic basic research, but in our Atari, we are looking after mainly the technology demonstration component. We are dealing the program through our Krishi Vigyan Kendras in the farmers field. So these are the different modules we are working. Natural NRM. So NRM contains all the items: in situ moisture conservation, water harvesting, improved drainage, etc., etc. Module 2, crop production. That is introduction of stress-tolerant varieties, water-saving Paddy cultivation. Many different modules are there. Third one is the livestock and fisheries, and the fourth one is the institutional intervention. The most important one is the institutional intervention, where we are doing seed bank, fodder bank, custom hiring centers. So this is the only one project in the ICR system which comprises all the stakeholders of who are dealing in the agriculture and the other sectors. So at present we are doing our NICRA projects are operating in 251 villages of the country. In our zone, actually in our zone, that means West Bengal, Odisha and Andaman, we are working in 17 districts. I have mentioned here, 1 from Andaman, 9 from Odisha and 7 from West Bengal. So I am mentioning here the different climatic vulnerability. So based on the climatic vulnerability, we have chosen the different villages, different districts, and through the KVKs. And we are demonstrating the different successful technologies, which have come out from the different ICR institutes, ICR universities. So I am showing some of the successful cases which have a very good impact, which have a very outscale, which are being outscaled in the different villages, different areas of non-NICRA villages.
Dr. Rahman, you have only 1 minute.
Just 2 minutes. So this is the one technology, that is land shaping and land embankment. In particularly in Sundarban area, I could find one village, the farmers, after devastating cyclone, that is Ayla came in 2009, after devastating cyclone, the farmers, they have migrated from their village for alternate occupation, but after launching the NICRA program, we have introduced the technology, that is land shaping and land embankment. I can show you. I cannot, due to paucity of time, I cannot go in detail. But after this technology launched there, now the village has drastically changed. Now farmers came back to their village. You can see here 1700 hectare monocropped area are became a multiple cropping area. And if we calculate in monetary return, so 23.6 crore in net profit per annum we could calculate, and 10 million cubic rainwater harvested every year. Not only that, 28.3 lakh mandates to of farm work created every year. And seeing the success cases of this technology, Government of West Bengal and other development agencies, they are coming forward. They are spending huge amount of money. They are providing the money to our KVKs. To us, around 25 crore rupees have been mobilized through this technology from the Government of West Bengal and other development department to outscaling this technology in different areas of the Sundarban. This is another successful technologies. There is sandbag check dam. This is very simple technology, you know, but technology is it has become very popular now. In Jharkhand, Chief Minister has declared this technology should be replicated in all the districts, not only Jharkhand, Bihar government also declared this technology should be replicated in each and every block of the district. And this is the tank cum oil system. In Port Blair, they have made some tank in the foothills. In the rainy season, rainfall comes, water are collected there, and excess water to come out through seepage collected in the well at the foothills. In the rainy season, the water in the tank are being utilized for their irrigation purpose. But in the drier season, the water which are stored in the well are being utilized for in rainy season or being used for providing the life-saving irrigation. So this is as on date we have created 990 rainwater harvesting structures in our zone, and we could provide more, and we could bring 10,000 hectare land under irrigation, which were before that these land were barren almost. So this is the another technology, region farrow method in Kaupi, very popular now in Odisha, particularly in Kendrapada and Jharsuguda. This technology is very much popular now. This is community nursery for paddy, particularly in drier area, Bihar, Jharkhand, and Odisha. So this is the vegetable-based multi-tier horticulture system, in particular flat-prone area in our West Bengal, Malda, and Odisha, Kendrapada. Different layers our farmers are using for growing different vegetables in different layers. So these are the different stress-tolerant varieties, particularly if we see the drought. So these are the different varieties are being tested, are being conducted in farmers' field. These are the different salt tolerant, these are the different flood tolerant varieties. Almost around 10,000 hectares, 10,000 number of demonstrations have been conducted using the different stress tolerant varieties. So this is the rooftop water harvesting, very simple technology we all know, but practically this technology, through this technology, at least 50 number of farmers particularly in our Sundarban area, now they are using this technology. The farmers are, their livelihood have become very rich. The farmers are become very rich now. So this is the hydroponic fodder cultivation. Another one is a very 5%, very simple technology, 5% model. Any 5% area of any land they have dug out, and rainwater are collected there. And the rainy season, these water are being utilized for providing life-saving irrigation. So in livestock sector, these are the climate resilient breed for TND breed and for Gramopriya and Vanaraja breed are provided. Farmers are using this breed. So they are low-cost poultry housing for increasing their productivity of poultry, their backyard, I should say their cattle.
Dr. Rahman, please
goats,
conclude.
So this is the institutional intervention for custom herring center are very much popular now in our zone, and for through custom herring besides custom herring center for convergence, seeing the technology, seeing the successful technology of our NICRA project, different agencies are coming forward and to share with us. And as on date, 60 crore rupees we have collected from different agencies besides our project cost. So these projects, seeing the success cases of this technology, Maharashtra government has already declared one Pokhara project, including 5,000 villages. So our target is this technology should be replicated involving the line department officials of the concerned government. Thank you very much, ma'am.
So now I will invite Dr. Renu Singh, Principal Scientist, Environmental Science, ICR, IRI, New Delhi. She is also acting as rapporteur, so a big hand for her.
Namaskar. All the dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, thanks for giving me this opportunity. I am Renu Singh, Principal Scientist in Division of Environmental Sciences, Indian Agriculture Research Institute. We work in the field of nitrogen use efficiency, how we can increase the nitrogen use efficiency from the point of view of food security and environment. So in this direction, my core area of work is the ammonia volatilization. So we are working in the field of ammonia volatilization, how it can be reduced, by using different practices like conservation agriculture in comparison to the conventional one, organic farming, and we have also started working on natural farming. We have also used some amendments, the chemical and the naturally available amendments that were mixed with the urea, and different studies, the whole cycle we are addressing over there, and different crops, the timing of the fertilizer, the placement. So these things we are working upon in our department. But today I am emphasizing more in the method, because more precise is our method, more precise is our findings. So if our findings are good, like in the on-site, because when we transfer this sample up to the laboratory, always there is the chances of the losses of the sample or some kind of the degradation. So here I am talking about the advanced techniques for in situ ammonia measurements for nitrogen management in agriculture. Fortunately, all these technologies, I have the hands-on practices, and I have worked in one or another institute. So start with, this is why it is going automatically. So what is the fate of the urea after application? So from this picture we can see that 80% of the ammonia which is supplied, which is applied to the soil, it is lost over the atmosphere, and it has the bad implication on the cost of farming, the pockets of the farmers, and the environment. That's why we are much interested in this ammonia, and by looking this this is a very normal kind of the equations. We all are aware about this. What is the fate of the urea after getting the moisture in the soil? So by the action of the urease enzyme, it is converted to the ammonium carbonate, and this is the process by which this ammonia is liberated from the soil. So here, the advanced techniques, when we are talking about the ammonia measurements, we have the aerodynamic gradient methods, eddy covariance method, and inverse modeling method. So for any kind of the environmental sampling or environmental collection of any sample of the gas, water, or soil, so we have two types of the samplers, active samplers and the passive samplers. In the active, we use the pump or the power to withdraw the sample. And wherever the passive is, where the natural system, natural flow works over here. So here I'm going to talk about only the passive samplers. So first is the alpha. It is an adaptive, low cost, passive, high absorption sampler. So this is the sampler where the ammonia which is liberated from any system, whether it is agriculture or from the animal system, it is adhered over the film which is over here, but it has the layers on the protective cap. So we have the membranes, we have the cap for the hole. So all the systems are there, and it is attached with the on the pole with the by the use of Velcro. This alpha is developed by Center for Ecology and Hydrology, Edinburgh, UK, and I got the training on this, and we are using this alpha sampler in our institute at different sites, and we have standardized the phosphoric acid because they have the winter season most of the time, and here we have the temperate conditions. So this solvent on which this ammonia adheres, so that has to be standardized according to the site. So this is the thing how we transfer these samples, and this is the continuous flow analyzer where this membrane which has the ammonia is analyzed. So here we put over there, and this is me, and I am putting over there the alpha sampler. So at certain height, these samplers has to be placed. Now, another thing is the semi-permeable membrane separation and conductivity assay, and it is again developed by the UK partner, which are working with us in one project. And this is their in-house thing, but it is also in India. They have installed this in Cuttack. So we are working on this instrument also. So it has, this is the console, and this is the controlling thing over where we can make out how much ammonia is being liberated from the system. So this is the inline thing. Now another thing is the delta, where denominator for long-term atmospheric sampling is used, and here you can see this plastic kind of tube is used, and this plastic tube is coated with the solvent in the inner side, and it is placed like this, but this is the active sampler, because here we are using the pump. So the beauty of this sampler is all about their utility, what kind of the utility we have, how much emission is there. If the emission is very high, then active sampler can work, but where the emission rate is very less, like the average of the month is very, very less. So in that type of the sampling, we use the active sampler. So this is the active sampler, and whatever the ammonia is there, it is passed through this tube and adhere over the solvent. So this is the delta sampler, how it is assembled. Actually, this is not the ready-made, it is assembled at the laboratory itself. Each and every part is assembled at the laboratory with very high precautions, because our hands, our finger also have some kind of the ammonia. That's why it has to be taken care of very precisely. Then this is the system which we are using in IRI. This is the forced IR draft method. This is the basic one, and here I am explaining it. It is a basic but very easy to adopt. So any university, any institute which do not have the advancement of such kind of the method, so this kind of the things can be used. So we have the acrylic. I don't know why it is jumping again and again automatically. So these are the chambers that we are using for the GHG, but modified chambers are used for the ammonia sampling, and this pump is used, and these chambers are placed at the on the location over the soil, not taking the plant for 24 hours or 48 hours. It's all about our standardized things, and then by using the pump, this the whole ammonia is taken out in the boric acid, and it is titrated in the field itself within a minute, because the atmosphere is full of ammonia at the time after the fertilization. That's why we go for the titration in the field itself. So this is the basic apparatus requirement and the methodology, and this can be adopted anywhere in the simple system. But now we have the online ammonia analyzer, and in this what we are doing, we are not taking the ammonia in boric acid, but here we are collecting in the Tedler bags or in the syringe. It's all up to you, because transportation is the thing. So it is analyzed on the online ammonia analyzer, which is there in our laboratory, and it gives a very precise result and very quick result. So here and one more thing I would like to share over here, because we have a number of methods. So at one point in Cuttack National Rice Research Institute, we compared all the methods at one site at one time. So there we have the static cuvette from IRI, we have the dynamic cuvette where we use the pump, then we have the Amanda micromet continuous gradient that was taken from CEH and installed in NRI. Then we have the QCL. This is the quantum cascade laser technique was used at that particular point. Then we have the ROSA from Indra Paris, and then we have the alpha sampler, and in collaborative way we use these all at one particular point, and this is the map where we install this facility. And this is the view of this facility. All these things which I named are kept in this particular thing, and we have a very good area where the only one variety and one management practice was there for the rice, and this was compared. And this is the Amanda, where this is the tubular thing where the solvent is passing from one point to another point, and it is rotating continuously, and this is the outlet. This is the outlet of the gas, And the thing over here that I want to emphasize for this amenda is placed on 3 levels. So by this, using this instrument, we can also get the result of deposition, because ammonia is not only get volatilized. So in the evening it gets deposited and it acts as the nutrient for the plant. So this kind of the thing is also possible in such practices. So this is the thing, you can see this is the QCL, this is the amanda, this is ROSA, and here we are working for alpha. So all the things were in place, and somewhere the static and dynamic was there all in the field, which we cannot see because the height of the crop is there. So these are the results, and I tell you these results are comparable. So whatever we got from one to another, there is some difference, but out of this study we can make out the correction factors, and those correction factors can be applied and we can get good results out of the use of any of this thing, because we also use the alpha sampler, and this alpha sampler was placed at the bottom and the top because we need the deposition and the emission thing. So this kind of the comparison was done, and this publication is just about to come. So that will be shared very shortly, because that will come and you can track on my Google Scholar. So thank you so much. This is all about my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Renu. It has been a new methodology, I will rather say. So definitely there will be few questions on that. We will take it later on. So now I will request Dr. Hina Upadhyay, Associate Professor, Department of Agronomy, School of Agriculture, Lovely Professional University, Phagwara, Punjab.
Ladies and gentlemen, I, Dr. Hina Upadhyay, basically I belong from Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior, but my working place is Lovely Professional University, and I'm an Associate Professor in Department of Agronomy, School of Agriculture, LPU. So exactly I want to tell you here, so the title of today's presentation is Waste to Wealth. So we all are aware about the waste. So waste is generated everywhere, from our kitchen waste, especially we are know the fruit, vegetable, peelings and so on. In the same way for solid waste, there's a n number of sources are there for solid waste, from the municipal waste, now the biomedical waste also. So depending upon the same, and that's very, very pinpoint, and now if I want to tell you, there is a very burning issue regarding the agricultural waste management. So this is not a lot of a big research, but day-to-day practices, what we are going to inculcate this information to our students, how the waste can be utilized. First of all, we have to identify the waste. Then only the segregation is very important. From our, I'm going to discuss you from our home, the fruit and vegetable peeling waste day by day. The important thing, we are going to dump into the common dustbin. So this is already being I'm a professor, but if I want to train my daughter how to waste should be utilized. So this starts from my home first. And it is then only in the same way we are going to teach our school students, the college student, university student, and a common community. So the title of today's presentation is a Waste to Wealth. So a green approach to environmental sustainability. As we all are aware, the whole world is waiting from sustainable development goal. We are going to total number of sustainable development goals, the waste to wealth, the hunger population, the providement. So if we are going to discuss the live example of the Arunachal Pradesh, the Israel is already adopted. So they are not going to waste from the northeast single leaf. The single leaves can be utilized for fruitful purpose, that is a waste management. So we cannot deny the contribution of the great scientists and now the Professor Swaminathan ji, the Green Revolution. After Green Revolution, we are fulfilled with all the needs, daily demand of our food. But the prefix green is having a question mark. So the sustainability exactly starts from here. Though I am working in a Punjab, so that it is very highlighted, the lot of chemical pesticides and so on. For my MSc and PhD student, even from the elective learning program of agricultural waste management, beekeeping, and number of programs are going on. So first of all, this will start from our classes. So if I'm going to tell you about the seed treatment, so we try to give my students such type of problem, the traditional approaches regarding the neem extract, the cow urine, the kunappa, the traditional approaches from the Tamil Nadu Agricultural University. I'm having a lot of PDF. I'm trying to learn day by day. So in the same way, we try to give our students, then only the waste to wealth can be utilized. So the management and agriculture production system that combine high level of biodiversity, we all are aware, with environmental practices that protect natural resources and have a strict animal welfare standards also. So the compared to the conventional agriculture, we cannot deny the conventional agriculture. It is very important to fulfill the hunger population requirement. But there is an integrated approach is required, and we all are working. We all are working. Integrated pest management, integrated weed management, integrated nutrient management. There is a requirement is there. If we are going to continue in this path, so definitely we will achieve a target. Are all type of microorganisms which are already there in a soil, they will survive, either the trichoderma, either the rhizobium like the mycorrhiza and so on. If you are going spraying a chemical in terms of the pre-emergence herbicide, post-emergence herbicide, it is important. But for our MSc and PhD student, we have to promote more and more for manual weeding. But we cannot deny for hectare of land, only the manual weeding is important, but the type of step is required, then only we can utilize all these things. So the production scenario, this is the slide is representing. So according to global waste generation statistics and facts, waste generation has increased massively around the world in recent decades, and there is no sign is slowing down by 2050. So the worldwide municipal solid waste generation is expected to have an increase in roughly 70% to 3.4 billion metric tons published by INTESCO in August 2021. And there is no other sign to stop all these things. So this is the overall worldwide scenario. So regarding this agricultural waste management, so as I had discussed, the crop residue, weeds, leaves, sawdust, forest debris, animal manure are example of agricultural waste. These are non-industrial products, and treating them bring them benefit to mankind, as it is rightly said, the waste to wealth. So these are, if agricultural waste, as I discussed you earlier, we have to identify where is the waste is there. The waste is generated from our kitchen. The waste is there from municipal waste. The waste is there, it is a biodegradable waste or not. So we have to train all the graduate, undergraduate student, postgraduate, school level also for the waste identification, segregation and utilization. So this is the slides. So as I discussed you recently, the introductions about the waste identification. So this is the main objective, waste to wealth. Identification of agricultural waste, and now the time is there, we have to utilize specifically the composting. Composting, waste to composting, the product is compost. Clear? So that is the collection, segregation and the utilization. These are the main objectives of waste management program. So here the waste is kitchen waste, fruit, vegetable waste from the market, and the waste is generated from the agricultural lands. So these are the outcome. If you want to continue with such type of continuous efforts, so definitely identify biomass in the agro ecosystem and its utilization, understand the production of environmental through the ethical waste management, describe the different type of composting methods to our students, to our farmers. Then only they are going to train. So such type of, there is a requirement for NGO, government level, and now from common community. Even from the ladies, being a woman, if I am going to give the example of my community, my urban estate, the students we are going to teach, now we have to collect the kitchen waste, raw material, खाना जो बच गया उसको इकट्ठा करना है, चलो कुछ नहीं करते तो गड्ढे में ही डाल देते हैं. तो इस तरह से अगर हम अपने बच्चों को ट्रेन करेंगे, तो the sustainability, definitely there is a no other question mark. So regarding the classification of cultural agricultural waste, as I discussed, examine agricultural waste and preparation of composting, evaluate. Now compost is ready. The time is there, we have to evaluate what is the quality parameter of the respective compost. What about the texture, what is the moisture percentage, what about the temperature, what is the organic carbon, NPK composition, and now the last and very, very important thing, The compost can prepare anybody, suppose. But we have to enrich the compost with the help of some enrichment methodology. So then only after this, the package bagging is there, and now we have to provide such type of ready compost to our farmers. So there is a future entrepreneur, and now that there is a more and more employment, and now the Pradhan Mantri Modi ji, and now the budget is already passed from the zero budget natural farming. So in the same way, we all are here, and we being a scientist, I am just not a very big scientist, but still I am trying to give the education to our student in the same way for coordination for everybody, and we will achieve the target, zero budget natural farming. So this is the diagrammatic representation from our field. Our students are working. So all the live photograph I have taken, the work is going on. So this is we have identified with the help of a student the agricultural waste. Now that we have divided the students in a different project, the production, collection, transfer, and utilization. So these are my BSc Honors Agriculture students. They are collecting waste. And this year, this work is going on. Since 4 years, I am working in the same way for agricultural waste management program. And now here, from our campus, the students are collecting waste from nearby food corner, and now the food shop bhaiya, and so on. So they have given, and in the same way, we are trying to. So this is all the examples here. So collected kitchen waste, fruit from the nearby.
Dr. Hina, please
Yes.
conclude by 2
Yes,
minutes.
ma'am. Collection, chopping of this waste is going to be chopped. Now here, the farmyard manure we have collected nearby the dairy waste, and now this is the waste collection. Now this is the way, different methods of composting we are going to train our students, aerobic method, anaerobic method, and so on, the kitchen waste composting. In these all are the diagrams they have digged out. Now this is the compost, and now there is a green and brown waste. They have to be different layer they are making, and in between the same cow dungs is there. Aerobic composting by the heap method is developed. Now in the same way from these all are the diagrammatic representation of the waste management. And now the vermicomposting also we are in our field, with this process is already going on. Even in the bottom we have used the neem leaves also to prevent for the such type of any other pathogenic other microbiota. And now this is the traditional approaches. And जिसे बोलते हैं मटके में भी खाद बनती थी पहले. So such type of because the students are very urban, they belong from majority of the urban state. But we are going to train them ki what is the traditional approaches are there in our houses for the compost. And now they are going to check this quality parameter of the compost, temperature measurement, moisture, humidity by the drop wise. So this is the psychrometer and other instruments are here. So this is the Jivamrit, Panchagavya, and so on. This process is already going on. So this is the compost and composting process, and the final is compost. So the type of pit we have developed. So if I will ask you this particular advantages, so the compost advantages include all of these things. Each and compost includes soil quality, soil microbiota, soil nutrient composition, and now the future sustainability will be definitely maintained. So this is a nutrient profile if in generalized compost. These are the advantages. So
Please
these are
conclude.
the some parameters. And the last one is, ma'am, so for the rural to urban people, if I'm going to tell you how we will teach them. From the urban state, the kitchen waste, from the roof, from the garden, from the balcony, even the housewives or common children, they may prepare a compost. And now the urban to rural, and the different links are already available in the YouTubes and different possible sites. So there everybody can learn how to prepare a compost. So this is the physico-chemical characteristic. In our lab, students are quality parameter, NPK, organic carbon, temperature, moisture, they are going to be calculated. And now these are the summary and conclusion of the agricultural sustainability. Composting is substantial way of reducing waste, producing fertilizer, we already discussed. And now these are the some preventive measures we have to be take care. And this is the future prospects. If the sustainability we are going to discuss, we cannot deny such type of approaches from traditional to till time. There is a need for sustainable management of our agro ecosystem, because there is a very urgent need for all the natural resources are already available. We have no right to change this natural ecosystem because we have not prepared it. So, but the only one part we have to play being a citizen, if we do not change this natural ecosystem, we will So I think this is my one step toward the sustainable management of agro-ecosystem in our field, and for we all will unite, we will save the motherland, save all the natural resources. Thank you, one and all.
The last presentation is from me, so I'll be delivering now. I will hand over to Dr. Renu Singh.
Thank you, madam. This is my opportunity to introduce you. Dr. Mausami Rai Chaudhary is a principal scientist in ICR, Indian Institute of Water Management, Bhubaneswar, and her topic of talk today is water quality and food security. Ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. My respected teacher, Professor Sanyal, my delegates on the dais and off the dais, and I will be presenting water quality and food security. As it is a session for empowering women under this changing scenario, so definitely what I feel, this water and women, they are very much well connected. Because where there is water scarcity, the women is also in trouble. So definitely we need to make this water affluent or available so that the women can be empowered, as well as they can deliver more and more to other assignments or other jobs also. So the challenges, definitely challenges are many. Food security, as we say, quantities, it is not the quantity alone, but the quality. Definitely we need to mind the quality of food, what we are taking, and the accessibility. And second thing is that water is the key source for food production, and definitely it is a conflict. It is going to be a big conflict between the different sectors of water consuming sectors like agriculture, industry, domestic, and other sectors. So another big challenge is climate. So climate change is influencing the natural resources, and which is affecting the agricultural production. So next, as we know, we are growing population, but our food grain is also increasing. Now we are standing around 300 million ton food production, and our challenge is to make it 350 by 2030, and then it is, but more or less the area is fixed. It is around 140 million hectare, and the irrigated area, that is 62% only. So we can, there is a scope, we can bring more and more area under irrigation, but the problem is the share of water towards agriculture is decreasing. So this is the different water consuming sectors, as I said. There is a pointer. These are the different sectors. So the water consumption was around 688 billion BCM during now up to 2020. Then it is going to 910, and by 2050 the requirement is around 1072. But by 2050, sorry, the requirement is around 1447, and we are having only 1122 million cubic meter of water, so we are going down or deficit by 325 billion cubic meter. So the next thing is that whatever wastage, so we need to recycle the wastewater, and only 30% of the wastewater so far generated by class 1 and class 2 cities, that is around 38,000 million liter per day, only 12,000, around 12,000 is being treated. So the rest are being disposed raw in the natural resources, which are polluting our fresh water. So this is the same thing. So with this treated 12,000 million liter per daily treated water, we can irrigate 70,000 hectare area. But whatever is not being treated, that is around 26,467 million liter daily, we can irrigate around 10 lakh hectare area. So this is a assumption, or this is a what we will say, it is a the forecasting, or we have calculated it in this way. So by looking into this, if we see, so available with this, only 2% of the municipal sewage water that can be used for total agricultural water requirement. And then the area, if we think of among the 141 million hectare, only 1.1 million hectare, that is around 0.8%, we can irrigate with this treated wastewater. So these are wastewater being used by the farmers, and the farmers are gaining because this wastewater contains a good amount of nutrients. So that's why they are also gaining. They are also economically benefiting by using this wastewater. So there is 2-3 case studies. I will go very fast. So this is the Gangua Nala. The pointer. This is the Gangua drain, as you can see, and this is the area being irrigated with Gangua Nala, where we have taken studies, and we have found that fertility has increased because this water contains good amount of nutrient, and there is also increase in iron, manganese, chromium, and lead concentration. That is by this much percentage, and the transfer of heavy metals from soil to plant for different vegetables, where in the order, say leafy vegetables and which the fruits having thin cover, they are gaining more these contaminants than the other crops. So this is one for Patna bypass area. This is the sewage treatment plant, a Chota Pahari sewage treatment plant. It is not working, and this Nala water is being taken away by the farmers of this area, where we have found a good amount of accumulation of these heavy metals in the crop as well as in the soil. So again the same thing, the leafy vegetables and root crops are very much accumulating these heavy metals, and that is really unsafe. So take home points, if I say, this is one of them. Don't take leafy vegetables and root crops grown with wastewater. So then, so the contaminants in water is going to soil, then soil to plant, and then plant to this consumers. So our challenge is to keep this water solution metals in permissible limit. So this is a big challenge, and we have to achieve it. So there are strategies, definitely. We don't have total area access so far. We have remote sensing, we have GIS, we have so many modern tools, but so far we were not able to demarcate the area where the wastewater irrigation is there. So that is a huge challenge, and we can also take it up. Then we are also having this years and waste irrigation suitability index, and accordingly we have developed a decision support system from where we can find out the suitable crops which to be grown. Then we have also developed a water quality index by taking out the whatever metal content is there in the water, whether it is for drinking purpose or for irrigation purpose, and we have found that which element is creating the hazard. So here you can find in this, the subindex of iron is more. So that means here the iron is the problematic thing. So we need to treat the iron. So, and here is the category. So you can find out this, the river water is better than the groundwater. So likewise, this is for irrigation purpose also, we can mark it out. And this work has been done in collaboration with Central Groundwater Board. Then conjunctive use is also a good choice, where we can add some fresh water to diminish the concentration of the metals. And there are some ameliorative measures also. So when there is alkalinity is going to be high, then we are also putting gypsum, and that is also giving good results for oilseeds and pulses. And see, in any of the randomly selected drains, we have found that mostly the heavy metals like copper, nickel, this lead is within the permissible limit, cadmium, chromium, they are quite high. So in the municipal drains, we will find these elements little higher. So we have developed one wastewater filter as well, where this nala water was directly taken up by the farmers for irrigation, and then that is being irrigated for vegetable crops. And for that we have developed this filter where we can minimize the level of heavy metals, sediments, as well as the microbial population. So either you treat the water or the contaminants added by you will return to you through natural processes. We are the person, we are contaminating it with the heavy metals, again it is going to river, then from there to irrigation, and then to vegetables, and we are consuming it. So the choice is yours. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for nice presentation and wonderful presentation you have completed in time. So in this session altogether there are 6 presentations. So all have presented very nicely, elaborately, and I request all the delegates give them big hands.
So as we are running short of time, and so we are closing this session, and as Dr. Bishwas has mentioned, all very nice presentations. It has been a learning session for me as well as for the audience, I think so. And yes, there are certain questions we could not complete those. So I will request all of you to talk with the presenters and clear your doubts. And thank you so much. I thank Dr. Renu Singh for helping me in this job, and Dr. Deepak Bishwas for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much for chairing the session. And already you informed that time is very short. We have to complete another session also. In that session also, there will be 5 presentations. So that's why, sir, we are restricting the question hour. And if anybody want to discuss, please contact that concerned person and discuss it. Thank you. The session we are closing.
So I invite all the session speakers on the stage. Dr. Maushmi Roy Chaudhary, Dr. Blaze, Dr. M. Mohanty, Dr. F.H. Rahman, Dr. Renu Singh, Dr. Hina Upadhyay. Please come on the stage. Dr. Blaze, Dr. Mohanty, Dr. Mohanty, Rahman, Dr. Renu Singh, Dr. Renu Singh, Dr. Upadhyay, हो गया सर जाइए
So, thank you very much, all the delegates, for cooperating. Now I invite Dr. Sami Reddy. Dr. Sami Reddy, please come. So, dear delegates, please keep your seat. So, one announcement here. Hello, hello, Dr. Rahman, please. So, I request Dr. Blaze and Dr. Rahman, please help in evaluating that poster that is displayed in outside. Okay. So just you go through that and have some discussion with the presenter. Thank you, sir. So in this session, I welcome Dr. Sami Reddy. Dr. Sami Reddy recently joined as the director, NISM, National Institute of Abiotic Stress Management at Baramati, Maharashtra. So only recently he joined as director. Earlier he was in CRIDA, and he acted earlier also that director CRIDA, and now it is a full-fledged director, and he is PhD from IRI and work at Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, and then shifted to Hyderabad, CRIDA. So I welcome you, sir. And Dr. Praveen Vaidya, he will assist as rapporteur. Dr. Vaidya is head division of SSSE, College of Agriculture, Parbani, Maharashtra. So I am handing over this session to Dr. Reddy.
Good evening to all of you, respected Professor Sanyal, and of course many my colleagues, scientific colleagues and my batchmates, all others are there, and dear delegates. Actually like that here also, we are having the one and a half hour time, not 1.5 hours, actually half an hour has gone out of 1.5 hours, only 1 hour is left. So now 5 speakers are there. One is missing, that's all. So 10 minutes, same rule is same 10 minutes. And if the time permits, at the end we may discuss for the another 5 minutes. At the end, first actually I will present. Then Karthikeyan is here in place of Dr. Jagdish Prasad, Chandra Nayak and Praveen Vaidya and Rajan, all are here. So just I will present my because. It appears actually, yeah. This I can use. No, yeah. No problem. Okay, actually this is one topic which needs a lot of deliberation discussions among the scientists, even government officials of different state governments and government of India, ICAR and SAUs. Actually, if we take just go back to October, this FAO, they are publishing EPI, Environmental Performance Index of 180 countries. They published that in 2020, they are calling that as the EPI 2020. Recently, they published in the month of October, that is called, they are calling that as the EPI 2022. So EPI, after releasing that report, out of 180 countries, India was placed at 180th. Means the last country
Hello?
Means poor
Students,
economic, environmental performance index. So our rank they were given is the 180th rank. So you know many opposition leaders they raised this issue in parliament as well as they asked the DST and other agriculture ministers how to improve on this. So this responsibility was given to me when I was at Krida by the Niti Ayog, because to analyze that and what to do, we have to suggest the measures. So now Niti Ayog, they have opened the dashboard also, and they are giving every year target of how we are improving, that we have to place the data. So just I am sharing that so that you can also think, because anyhow now we may not get that much time to discuss here, but how to improve that we have to discuss, and that should be implemented at state level. So this, if we see this, one important thing is that this is all of trends in the deficiency of nitrogen in the soils. That any time, now also we are having more than 90%, 95% of soils are deficient in available nitrogen. That means even applying for the our longer term, given the recommended dose of fertilizers or the farmer practices, there is no increase in the nitrogen. That means if this one assumption we make is that if whatever we are applying X amount of nitrogen, your efficiency is the 30 to 40%, the remaining 50 to 60% of the nitrogen going into the creating pollution in a water environment or the lakes like that. That whatever the surplus nitrogen that is creating the pollution, that is why they have considered one nitrogen use efficiency and the sustainable nitrogen management index as the one indicator from the agriculture for calculating the EPI. So this actually these are the parameters the FAO considered for calculating a environmental performance index for different countries. For example, these are the parameters are there, first 4 parameters and 6 parameters. Within each parameter, there are the number of indicators are given. For example, if we take air quality, there are 3. Sanitization, there are 2, like heavy metals, 1, like that. Agriculture, we are having actually 1. Agriculture 1, out of the total weightage, they are giving the agriculture 4 to 5%. This is the EPI 2020. In that, they have given the 5% weightage for the for agriculture, and indicator is sustainable nitrogen management index. And total parameters actually that 32 parameters are there. Out of this, based on these calculations, they are calculating the environmental performance index for different countries. In that is about 2020. This is if we come to the 2022, actually here there are the 2 parameters are there. Agriculture they have given now, one is earlier they considered only the nitrogen use efficiency. Now they are considered one more is that pesticide score. Pesticide use score, they are calling the pesticide use score, PUS. So earlier 5%, this year they have given the 4% for weightage for the agriculture in calculating the EPI. 2% for the pesticide, 2% for the nitrogen management index. So that is the thing. This is a sustainable pesticide use, these two are our performances. And main purpose of this small presentation is that to assess the EPI of Indian agriculture based on the nitrogen efficiency. SNMI, of course, that we can calculate from the nitrogen efficiency, and the normalized nitrogen normalized sustainable nitrogen management index. If the higher the nitrogen efficiency, lower will be the SNMI, and better will be the environmental performance index. So environmental performance index will be higher, only our nitrogen efficiency is higher, and at the same time normalized SNMI will be higher, and SNMI will be lower. That is the simple relationship, because we don't have that much time to discuss detailed calculations. If we see, this is the actually, this part is the 2020 EPI. Our within the agriculture, overall environmental index, EPI index in 2020 was only 32.7, and out of 180 countries, we have placed it 168th rank. Means that must worst. First is the best. 168th, 180 is the worst. Within that you can see. And within the agriculture, if we see, we have got 34.7 score according to FAO. This is calculated by the FAO. And this responsibility was given to the Maryland University. That scientist, Wendeling, his team, they are doing this. And 108th rank we have got global within the agriculture. And total EPNI, we have got 168. Within the agriculture, 108 rank. Our score was 34.7. Even if we take our SAARC countries, our rank is 6. That is within the region. Means SAARC countries, there are the 8 countries. Pakistan, all our neighbors are there. Within that also we are very poor, 6th country. But the same thing, if we see the 2022, which was released in the October, Our score was agriculture, that is the 40th according to them, and we were placed at the 70th rank. That rank is improved from 108 to 70th. And within the region, our third. Third is after Pakistan, Bangladesh and Afghanistan, we have got the third rank. And overall EPI score in 2022, ours is the 180th. Agriculture no doubt improved, but because all other parameters are there, overall our EPI index has gone down as compared to 2022. So I am now concentrating only on agriculture, SNMI, because our concern is agriculture, we have to improve our agriculture. So actually in this only 3 parameters are there. All of you know that what is the N input. That N input includes the fertilizer nitrogen input into Indian agriculture, N input from the manure into Indian agriculture, biological nitrogen fixation, and atmospheric N deposition. I am not going to all these details. I have given the standard references. After discussing these experts in these fields, they have selected the one parameter, how to calculate that. Based on these, I have calculated inputs. And major outputs, all of you know, that is the N removal. N removal by the different crops, the total nitrogen removal by the different crops. From these, we can calculate the nitrogen use efficiency. I have calculated nitrogen efficiency. And difference, for example, as I already told, total N applied into the soil and output. N applied is normally high. So whatever that is left, that is called as an N surplus, which is creating a pollution into the environment. That is why that is they are considered as the thing, and based on that the EPI is being calculated. So this is all of you know, N removal will calculate based on this is very, very popular. I am not going to details. This table is available in Tandon book, and everywhere it is available. Based on this, I have calculated for entire Indian agriculture, nitrogen removed from the soil for the last 10 years. This is, of course, I am not going into the details how SNMI is calculated. This formula is there. And N use efficiency, the results if we see, this is for the last 10 years. N input, N output, from that I have calculated for the N use efficiency for entire Indian agriculture. We have covered almost 96% of the area, because from the secondary data, if we see, this is 10 years, average last 10 years. According to us, actually the value is coming is that normalized SNMI 63.5 is coming, according to our calculations. And if that is true, our rank should be 22 within the agriculture. And but the FAO people, they have given in 2020 108 rank, and 34.7 is the EPA, that normalized SNMI score. In 2022, that is, they have improved to 70, and the rank given was 70. And of course, value was 40. So after calculating, actually, this for every state also I have calculated. What is that is the for last 10 years entire nation, and this is for every state. I have actually arranged in the ascending order, depending upon that normalized SNMI highest means the better environmental performance of that state. So I have arranged all these 32 states in ascending order up to 32. The first is the Assam, actually. First is the Assam. Only thing is our N use efficiency, if we see, if we go to table, the first, for example, that N use efficiency I have given as a fraction out of 1, 79%, 84%, 87%, 60%, except Punjab, all other smaller states, because their N consumption is very, very less, productivity level is very less, but N efficiency is highest. That is also not correct, actually. These first 6, 7 states we should not consider, because of N use efficiency, low productivity. We want actually higher productivity, better efficiency. So all other states we need, actually we have to improve. Each and every state I have calculated. And how to implement improve strategy, this of course I am not going to detail, only time is there in graphs. This is the again that N yield means N removal, N use efficiency and SNMI. And this is the, you can see relationship NUE and SNMI. Wherever the NUE is higher, SNMI is lower. Means that will have better performance. Like that, these relationships also you can see. Only one thing is how to improve the strategy, means what I did, all our 32 states I have divided into the 5 groups. Wherever the nitrogen efficiency is higher, more than 70%, there is a possibility to increase up to the 0.1. Because what happens, global N use efficiency is only 40% now, as on today. And Indian average is 51%, just I have shown. And FAO, they have given the target by 2050 to all countries to increase the N use efficiency to up to 70%, irrespective of the state. So global index, there is a global indices for the reform and growth dashboard. This is also, they are calling it as a GRG dashboard. Niti Ayog, they are maintaining this. That is responsibility given to the CRIDA. And we have to, every 1 year, we have to update, every 6 monthly, this data. So the target, if we want to achieve the target of 70% nitrogen efficiency in all states, how to improve? That is why I have decided, I have divided these groups, states into 5 groups, 32 states, based on the energy efficiency. First one, wherever more than 70% energy efficiency is there, there is also possible to increase the 0.1%. The states I have named there. And 60 to 70% use efficiency, there is a, we have to improve it by 0.15%, 15%, and 50 to 60, 20% should be increased, 40 to 50, 25%, and 40%, 30% should be increased. So this much is there. When I have discussed with the states actually, they are not at all accepting. But I have given entire Excel sheets to them, asked them to calculate. Some of the states ultimately realized that whatever calculation you have made is right. Because it looks sometimes abnormal, but it is fact actually. So how to improve for this, sir? What we did after dividing this, we have state-wise in different production system identified the major constraints, soil constraints or the crop production constraints, and which are limiting the nitrogen efficiency. And after that, what we did, we have given the strategies also. In that paper, we have given the very detailed. So all these things, state-wise, production system-wise, region-wise, strategies should be implemented so that we can improve overall nitrogen efficiency of country to 70% by 2050 if we want to meet the global targets. Because anyhow, FAO every year they are going to publish. But all these results I have shared with the methodology developed by Zhang et al. Actually, one Chinese scientist but settled in USA. She is the responsible for entire this SNMI calculation. She is also very happy actually. I have shared my paper also I wrote, not yet published. She has gone through entire publication. Only difference where that is coming is that their removal is little bit higher. Actually, they are calculated based on the nitrogen content in food grains of different crops. Our actually rain-fed conditions, our concentration will be lower as compared to the developed countries. I argued them. She has gone through entire calculation. Calculations are, she is okay, but not yet completely accepted. Anyhow, if we forget their calculations, if we consider our own calculations also, if we want to improve 70% means each and every state government should implement these strategies. Actually, this is just I wanted to share with all of you. Of course, I have given so many strategies. I am not going to details. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reddy. We can have discussion later on? Okay.
Respected Chairman, rapporteurs, and my teachers and my senior colleagues and the delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, everyone. Management of soil resource for sustainable productions. Actually, the importance of soil is beyond to be spelled out because everyone knows the importance of the soil. Now, when the soil is under the threat, whole the process of the agriculture is under the stake. So this threat may be due to the climate change and increasing global populations and expanding of the cities. In the fast changing climate, in the fast changing world, and we are given with an urgent need to eliminate the hunger and ensure the food security for the nutrition. And most of the 33% of the soil has been degraded, and by adopting these sustainable management practices, we can have a chance to increase these 58% of the food can be restored by adopting these sustainable soil management practices. So the major concern of this agriculture is the outburst of the populations. If you see the population growth, predicted population growth, which we can see that 8 billion population, which the prediction says that 8 billion population which we will attain by 2024. But we have attained that 8 billion population in 2022, 15th November itself we have attained. So the predictions is somewhat, this prediction, we are going 2 years ahead of these things. So this 9 billion population also we will go ahead of this very earlier than this 2048. So the first 1900, before 1900, we can see the 1 to 2 billion population. It has taken more than 100 years. That is 120 years has been taken. But recently, we can see that 1 billion population, which we are crossing in 12 to 14 years. It is less than 15 years. So the 1 billion population we are adding up for every 14 years. So this is the population trend which we can able to see. When we see the land use scenario of this India, that is a global population, now we can see this land use scenario of this Indian agriculture. If you see the per capita land is decreasing. As you know, it is decreasing and it will be further decreased up to 2050. And the most important and the crucial thing is that the water availability status, most of this, the production which we have to sustain in 2050 is 405 million tons. And for these 405 million tons, we have to have a water for irrigation that is 807 billion cubic meter of water, and the salt affected soils, and the 142 million hectares which we are having, that will also further degraded and it will get to 20 million. We will have lesser than the 140 million hectares, and we have to produce more than 400 million hectares with this. So with this scenario, we have to maintain the sustainability of the soils. And if you see the productions, the projected productions and demand of the agriculture commodities for 2050, also with the present area of the production and the demand has been projected as per the future population growth, in which we can able to see the pressure of the present land. With this present land only, we have to go with this projected demand, that is that 405 million hectares, and that too the loss of 20 million hectares, that 142 million hectares minus 20 million hectares, which will be further degraded in 2050. So this is the major reason we have to sustain the management. So we will go for the sustainable soil management system. In this sustainable soil management system, if we support the supporting and provision, regulating and cultural services provided by the soil, and maintaining and enhancing without significant impairing the soil functions. And if you see what is the supporting services which the soil is which includes the primary productions, nutrient cycling and soil forming processes, and the provisioning services which include the supply of food, fodder, fiber and timber, and which is the ultimate product which comes under the provisioning services. And the regulating services implies the regulation aspect of the water supply and quality, carbon sequestration and climate regulations, and controlling and flood erosions. So based on this, we have to maintain the soil sustain. These are all the characteristic features of the soil sustainable management, that is that minimizing erosion, maintaining the good structures. These are all the various characteristics that which have to be maintained to adopt this sustainable soil management practices. So if you see that based on these principles, in future the agriculture will be mostly of the conservation sites, which encompasses both the organic and regenerative agricultures. And these practices has the 3 pillars which we have seen on this. The agriculture stands on these 3 pillars, with minimum soil disturbances and permanent soil cover, and maintaining the plant diversities. And finally, creating a carbon positive agriculture system. And now we can see some of the results that we can adopted by these sustainable soil management practices. First is to enhance the soil organic matter, since the soil organic matter plays the central role of the soil functions and prevents the degraded effect of the soils. So if you see, this is the experiment which has been conducted in Akola with cotton crop. And finally, we have found that organic manures and with mixture of these fertilizers, we can increase the organic carbon content, significant increase in the organic carbon content. Along with these available nutrients, all major nutrients also got increased in 50% nitrogen with the green leaf manures plus nitrogen plus inorganic biofertilizers plus 25 kgs of potassium. And if this same experiment, when it is compared with this conventional organic farming, the production has been increased in the conventional organic farming, but the technical efficiency is the ratio of the input and the final output. The efficiency, the use efficiency, the efficiency is more in the conventional agriculture and rather than the organic agriculture. If this is the ways to be converted, if the technical efficiency is lower, the government should have to formulate a policy for the farmers to provide the incentives in the form of subsidy or insurance for adopting for well-defined good agriculture practices to balance these production gap. So, along with the sustainable management system, we have to curtail the soil erosion, because within 5 seconds of the soil, the whole one soccer of this football court has been soil is getting erected. So in every 5 seconds, one soccer pitch get eroded. 1 inch of the soil, for developing the 1 inch of the soil, we are requiring some more than 100 years of soil. That in somewhere it is up to 1,000 years. So the soil erosion should be reduced by having the residue cover and tillages and other field operations along with the appropriate vegetative covers. And we have to maintain the foster soil nutrient balances and the cycles. The concept of sufficiency and utilization efficiency apply especially of the nutrient dynamics in the soils and water, nutrient, plant root continuum. And plant nutrition should be based on the crop needs and based on which the local characteristics and the weathers. And the salinization and alkalization effect has to be minimized because the efficient irrigation practices and prevent the minimization of the soil acidification, because in present situation there are a lot of human-induced acidifications of agriculture and forest soils are primarily associated with the removal of base cation and less buffering capacities. So this has to be avoided, and appropriate use of the acidifying fertilizers has to be used, and the soil contamination has to be minimized so that the land cover can be developed for as per the accordance with the sustainable development goals. So by enhancing the soil organic matter, we can enhance the biodiversity, and by conservation agriculture also we can increase the soil biodiversity as well. So recently, apart from the soil alkalinization and salinization, the soil compaction is also caused a major factor for the soil degradation processes. In most of the Punjab related area, we can able to see the use of the heavy machineries will lead to the soil compaction, and due to the compaction there is a reduction in yield as well. So based on the appropriate use of instrumentations for the agriculture practices, we can reduce the soil compaction process. And as the earlier slide, I have seen that the soil water, for producing the 405 million tons of agriculture productions, we have to have more than 800 million cubic feet of water. For that, the soil water, and already we are attaining zero groundwater in many of the cities, including Bangalore. So the soil water management has to be improved to have an efficient agriculture practices. So finally, the hidden half of the world underneath our feet holds a key to the global sustainability, yet it has not a price tag, while the oil has a very high price tag. However, it is the soil which is going to feed us, it is not the oil going to feed us. With this, I conclude this session to have a sustainable soil management for effective food productions in future. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Dr. Chandan Nayak. I'm working as a professor in ICR ACRP Fowl Millet. So today I'm going to present just overview on current status of fowl millet disease and its management approaches in India. So why fowl millet? It is a climate smart crop. It is the fifth most important cereal crop in the world and staple food for poorest poor of the country. And it has the capacity to flourish under high temperature. Like yesterday, one of the speakers told it has the capacity to grow up to 43 degree temperature, and without low rainfall or without any input it can grow. This is the very important features of the crop, and it is nutritionally very rich, it is having 8 to 90% protein and a low starch, high fiber compared to rice, wheat, maize and sorghum. So it is a C4 plant and is most stress tolerant for biotic and abiotic, and it has the anatomy and the cell wall structure is made up of tissue which is tougher to the pathogen to penetrate. So that's why actually compared to any other major food crops like rice, wheat, maize, in case of corn millet, we have found very less diseases. About 50 diseases are reported so far in corn millet, and compared to rice, it is more than 350 diseases reported. In wheat, it is more than 200 diseases. In maize, it is more than 700, and in sorghum, it is more than 65 diseases are reported throughout the world. So, 1 in 5 diseases, out of 50, 1 in 5 diseases are major economic importance in India. So, we are mainly working with downy mildew, which is caused by human genetic pathogen. It is a Spinospora gramicola. Why it is important is because it is a seed-borne, soil-borne, as well as airborne. And it can be able to reduce the disease up to 75% in major permanent growing areas like Rajasthan and Maharashtra and UP. So, apart from that, from past 1 decade, farmers are facing a major problem in case of land disease, which is caused by Mannaporta greasy. So, initially it is reported in 1980s in India, and majority of the farmers and scientists are neglected about this disease. And from after 2000, actually it replaced the downy mildew, and it has the capacity to reduce the yield up to 60%. And one more major disease, what we are seeing, it is our photograph and it is published in Plant Disease in cover page. So what rust is the third most important disease in corn millet, and it has the capacity to reduce up to 50% yield because it is appearing in later stage of the crop. And we have one more disease, it's called ergot, and it is caused by pathogen fusiformis. And spot, it is caused by Myxomyces pensiliae, and it has the capacity to reduce the yield up to 30% in majority of the hybrids. So just actually it is a overview what we are doing in our country. So we are actually doing time to control disease, and actually I don't want to go through. Just actually we are doing destruction of crop residues, and we are using extra salt water to avoid the ergot disease, and maintaining optimum space also reduce the incidence of blast and downy mildew. And these are the management practices what we are doing. Mainly we are working with post-plant resistance, and recently the HFP67 hybrid, which is the first successful story of molecular based breeding, actually we found that it is highly resistant to downy mildew disease. Just I will show you what we are doing because actually we have less time. So in Mysore, actually we have ICR center. So our interest is to develop a identification of biotic or abiotic source to manage these fungal diseases. Why we are doing? Actually, we are using in India metalaxyl, which is a banned chemical, but since 1970, still 2022, we are using same thing because we don't have any alternative to give to the farmers for control this disease. And for that, actually, ICR, so in our center, we are doing actually developing a diagnostic tools to identify rapid identification of disease in field as well as in greenhouse, as well as in lab and greenhouse condition. And during export-import also, it is very important tool actually. And apart from that, we are looking for some new generation fungicides. So what we have done actually, we want to replace metalaxyl. So that's why we have tried actually some recent new generation fungicide like Flint, that is trifloxystrobin, azoxystrobin and carboxyl, and similarly cyazofovir and iprovolicorb. What we are doing actually, we have tested in vitro condition. If it is really work well, actually we will do it, we will take it to the greenhouse and we will do it in our center. If it is a problem, we will take it to the agri. So like actually we have tried more than 200 new generation fungicides and eco-friendly approaches like Initium, Flucopyloid and Pyramycin. It is environmental friendly. So apart from that, actually we are looking for some alternative to fungicide. We are isolating different biocontrol agents from across the India, where
pearl millet is mainly grown in like Rajasthan, Maharashtra and UP. And we have identified 200 promising bioagents, and these bioagents actually out of that actually we have targeted 4 bioagents, and we gave it to acreage fund. We found that these bioagents are actually equally good compared with metalaxyl, and at present actually we are supplying to the farmers. Apart from that, actually where we are doing that, actually direct management is one aspect. Apart from that, we are looking for induced systemic resistance inducer, like actually we have used the BTH, Chitosan, Milzana, Actigard, Phytogard and Baba. These chemicals are using actually different other agriculture cereals and vegetables. So we are tried with actually pearl millet, and we have checked the cost ratio of the chemicals presently using and with this, and we found the Chitosan is a very promising agent to control downy mildew disease in pearl millet. Apart from that, we are using ideal model like post resistant, off-dose metalaxyl with bacillus millets and Chitosan, and we have done multi-location trial, and we found that these are a promising method to manage actually blast and downy mildew disease. So in laboratory, what we have done actually, we check these chemicals with whether it is going to induce the systemic resistance. In our laboratory, what we have done actually after treating the seeds, we have challenging applied with the pathogen, and we checked whether it is inducing the systemic resistance. We have done some histological studies like F2O2 accumulation, callus accumulation, and lignin accumulation, followed by actually defense enzyme analysis, followed by transcriptomic analysis. We found that actually these chemicals have worked very well against downy mildew disease, and this, in 2017 we have published these papers in Nature Scientific Reports, and we have isolated cell wall from Trichoderma amatum, and we have checked against the downy mildew disease in greenhouse and field condition, and we found that Trichoderma amatum plus the cell wall which we have isolated from it is a gluconeogenic, found that it is very effective. It is effective against management of these diseases. And we have isolated bacillus tuberculosis from rhizosphere of pearl millet, and we found that actually it is inducing systemic resistance against downy mildew disease. So what we have done is that actually Pseudomonas is working very well. So we want to look alternative. So what we have done is that we purified the lipopolysaccharide from Pseudomonas fluorescens, and we treated with pearl millet seeds with the LPS with nitrogen oxygen scavenger, and we found that this is also one of the alternative methods to management of this disease. And we have isolated pearl millet panicle associated microbes in resistant plant, and we checked with again these microbes are actually having any antimildew activity, and we found that it is having antimildew activity. Apart from that, it is having actually good antimicrobial activity against fusarium as well as Mangapathia. And the promising two, we identified that Bacillus legitimiformis and Bacillus subtilis. We checked in lab conditions, greenhouse condition, and we checked whether these microbes are inducing systemic resistance. We have checked actually HRGP accumulation and lignin accumulation and H2O2 accumulation, and we have done real-time PCR to check whether actually any defense gene expression is there, and also we have studied actually in vitro defense enzyme analysis. These are the results, and what are we at present one of my students, they are looking for some nano fertilizer. So we have checked actually seed treatment with silicon dioxide in ppm level, whether it is going to work against some major pulmonary diseases. We found that in vitro activity, we found that actually it is giving very good result against downy mildew disease, but not working very well against actually blast disease. And also we checked with some toxic producing fusarium which was from pearl millet, and as per this, it is showing very good antimicrobial activity. And we have done actually in vitro analysis, and also we have tried with copper Chitosan, and we checked against this downy mildew as well as blast disease, and we found that actually it is giving very good antimildew activity. So these are the results. So apart from that, actually we visit some farmer field, and lastly we found that new disease, and we have reported and we have published this plant disease. So apart from that, what we are doing, we are developing a molecular marker as well as actually recently we have used artificial intelligence solution drone in one of the Rajasthan fields. Actually, it is a new technology and yes. Actually, it is a very useful for rapid diagnosis of disease in farmer field, and also we have used actually Illumina and Paco technology to do whole genome sequence. This is the first time in the world actually in Mumbai cities pathogen. Some of the scientists actually we have collaborated with international scientists. We are the first from Mumbai cities group of whole genome sequencing group in the world. And this is the report, and we have published in biotechnology report, and we have sequenced actually. This one, Manopatha Tricia, also we compare with the rice Manopatha Tricia, and we have developed some markers like hypersensitive reaction for early detection of resistance, and we have developed actually some histological and biochemical markers, and we have developed actually NBS 11 marker for actually to identification of resistance rapidly, and we have developed a scar marker to identification of susceptible and resistant lines in vitro. Thank you very much.
Very good evening to one and all, respected chairman and distinguished delegates and students. I am here to give the invited lecture on taxing hybridization, sustaining the agriculture production in a very soft soil. Everybody knows the tank seal, generally the tank seal, about the tank seal, this is the dead soil. Actually, this is not a dead soil. It is a boon for the very shallow soil. So if we hybridize it in very shallow soil, it gives the sustaining yield form to the marginal land. Everybody knows the tank silt is referred as the eroded soil and deposited in the tank and lake in a delta area. The removal of tank silt and its application in agriculture land, it is a traditional method, but nowadays it is stopped because of the higher application of manures and fertilizers and the changing cropping pattern, and that's why the most of the tank of the India are the silted, and the water storage capacity of this tank is also reduced. The sediments washed off from the runoff from the catchment area get deposited in tanks, bed, and generally it is referred as a tank silt. The tank serves as a good trap of eroded soil and generating large quantities of accumulated in the sediment. The tank sediment have a near about a 20% more nutritive value compared with than the catchment area. The addition of the tank silt in shallow soil or marginal land or in septisol soil, it's increased the productivity of the soil. The tank silt hybridization improve the soil site suitability also from N2 to S1. Before that, we check the quality of the tank seal. Most of time the quality of the tank seal is the most important. If the tank is the adjoining area of the industrial area, there needs to analysis of the heavy metal. But the most of the tank in agricultural land, and this tank seal will be used for the cultivated land. But it is a marginal or the shallow soils. That's why we have checked the quality of the tank seal. We have categorized the tank into 3 different parts: in near wall A part, then middle part B part, and where the water stagnated in backwater area, that is the C part, and collect the soil sample and up to 150 centimeter depth, and below that the found that the tank silt is clay in nature and the granular to subangular blocky in structure, and below 150 centimeter there is found the mottle formations if the water stagnation is more than 25 years. The mineralogical analysis done as per the equation done by the Sirsat, and the tank silts have a more than 95% of the mineral. Then the physical property is the tank silt is slightly acidic to alkaline in nature, coarse fragment that are around 16%, and the clay in nature, hydraulic conductivity is less, coefficient of linear extensibility is 0.27, and the available water content around 20%, and bulk density is around 1.3. It is alkaline in nature and the electrical conductivity less than 1. Organic carbon is medium to high, and the cation exchange capacity is related to the clay content in the tank silt. Calcium is the dominant cation, whereas magnesium, sodium, and potassium. Exchangeable sodium percentage is also less than 5%, and exchangeable magnesium is around 27 to 58%. We have analyzed the 27 tank in Marathwada area, and based upon this, we have present here this data. The macro and micronutrient analysis we have carried out near about 20 to 25% more nutritive value compared to the adjoining area of the soil, and the heavy metal is also below the safe limit. The biological properties of this tank silt here has found that it is a high in content, and we have observed so many beneficial microorganisms in tank silt. This is the middle part. The farmer generally asking what regarding we can give the which part of the tank silt give the first preference to apply in the soil, and that's why we have done this exercise. We have observed that the backwater area of the tank silt is good quality compared than the lower part, because in backwater area there is a nutritive value is high and the calcium carbonate content is high. This is the data from 27 tank. If we see here, the calcium carbonate content is increases in A position than the C position, and the available nutrient status is increased in C position, whereas decrease in A position, and based upon that we have recommended the farmer technology to which type of tank silt we can use. If you give the first preference to the backwater area, then middle, and then near wall area. This is the overall soil of Marathwada region. If we see here, the near about the 65% of the soils is belonging to the very shallow to shallow group. If we see the before data present 1990, that time 22.2%, but now the recent data says that the anti-soil soil 35.68%. This clearly indicated that the erosion and the eroded soil is deposited in the tanks, and definitely it is recycled. It should be helpful to sustaining the agriculture. These are the soils of Marathwada. We have analyzed the 8 group of soils, particularly major soils are the antisol, inceptisol, and vertisol. In antisol, lithic ustartan and typic ustartan. In inceptisol, typic hapluster, calcic hapluster, and vertic hapluster, and typic hapluster, calcic hapluster, and sodic hapluster. The constraint of the very shallow soil, if we see that the rooting depth first, clay content is less than 30%, hydraulic conductivity is very high, and plant available water capacity is very less, and that's why the productivity of these soils is very less. And that's why it is unsuitable or uneconomical yield return from this soil. The case study, this is the area, because I have thought why I select this area. This is my college area where the new college is agriculture college is established, and that's why we have comes under these soils under cultivation. So we know that the tank silt have a potential. One is the high clay content, PAWC, and cation exchange capacity, infiltration rate, and low hydraulic conductivity. Main constraint of the tank silt is a high calcium carbonate and high clay content, and the constraint of the very shallow soil is the low clay content, low plant available water capacity, low CEC, high infiltration rate, and high hydraulic conductivity, and low calcium carbonate, just opposite to each other. And that's why if we hybridize two soil at a proper proportion, it makes the hybrid soil, that is the loamy soils. Moderate clay content, cation exchange capacity moderate, PAWC moderate, and hydraulic conductivity is also less, and calcium carbonate is also around 5%. And that's how the tank silt hybridization increase the 2% clay and cation exchange capacity, whereas decrease the 2% hydraulic conductivity of this soil, twofold decrease the hydraulic conductivity of these soils. This is the position. We have established this method for tank silt application in that area. First of all, the deep plowing, remove the pebbles and make these pebbles used for the bunds. Then after bunds, we uplift the tank silt from the tank. It may be from backwater or middle or near wall, and put on the soil near about at the rate of 1500 to 2000 cubic meter per hectare, and spread over the soil, and then cultivated. But after harvesting of this leguminous crop, you just deep plowing and mix together, and there is a formation of, if we see the yield result in control plot, there is only 10 soybean yield, only 10 quintal, but when we add a tank silt,
and the yield become increased 3 times. If we apply the more quantity of the tank silt, there is a problem of water logging, and that's why the yield become a reduce. If we see that the 15 centimeter, it is equivalent to 1500 cubic meter, 1500 to 2000 cubic meter. This is the data from experiment. We have conducted a different location experiment and recommended this technology. If we see here, when we apply the tank silt at the rate of 1500 to 2000 cubic meter per hectare, this type of the situation. If we apply the tank silt more than 1500, means around 4000 cubic meter, there is a, in rainy season, there is a water logging takes place, and while plowing, there is a bleak clods become covered, it's not properly mixed into the soil. These are up to 50 centimeter. And after we have recommended this technology to the farmers, and then this technology become the farmer movements. And most of the farmers are applying the tank silt, and the Atma, government of Maharashtra, has sanctioned one project to analyze the all tank silt field. Near about 72 fields we have analyzed and generate the data. Based upon this data indicated that the clay content almost twofold increase, hydraulic conductivity almost twofold decrease, and the calcium carbonate data indicated that there is a near about the increase, but the cation capacity is also increased, and the availability of the nutrient is also increased. And the yield of these soils is threefold increase in generally cotton crop, soybean, cotton, and pigeon pea and jowar crop. This is the microbiological analysis of these soils. In control plot, there is a microbiological analysis quietly in 3 times increase in tank silt hybridized soils, because the tank silt have a microbial population. When we apply in the soil, it become multiply. We have determined the BC ratio. If we see the BC ratio under tank silt hybridized soil and without tank silt hybridized soils, within 1 minute, sir, I will finish. If we see that the near about the tank silt hybridized soil, the BC ratio around 2 under single crop and double crop, whereas in without tank silt hybridized soil, it is less than 1. Means this indicated that the tank silt hybridization in very shallow soil, it doubling the farmer or doubling the yield in marginal land or shallow soil. And this is we have calculated the fertilizer equivalent value, and based upon this indicated that the BC ratio is 1:80. We have calculated the fertilizer equivalent value by using the last 6-year data. This is the market value of the land. If we have prepared the one pre-tested questionnaire near about 100 farmers and get the data, and based upon this data, we have evaluated that in tank silt without tank silt hybridized soils is around 5 lakh, but this soil is 3.3 times increases. This is the overall situation, as I am pedologist, and that's why I am working in that direction, how the soils is formed. If we see that initially 2008 I have started this work. If we see the color of the soil at the same location, we are taking the soil profile, and the color will be changed, and clay content is also changed, and the data we have. This is the situation 21. This is the overall situation of the crop condition in that field. This is the recommendation given to the farmer. This is the second recommendation. This is the third recommendation for insecticide. We can save the 25% of the organic fertilizer FOM by using the tank silt at the rate of 5 ton per hectare. These are the significance of tank silt hybridized soil. Twofold increase the clay content, CAC and PAWC, and threefold decrease the hydraulic conductivity of marginal land, increase the nutrient content by 20-25%, increase the microbial population, threefold increase the yield of commonly grown crop, increase the economic return, increase the market value of land, increase the water storage capacity of the tank, and increase the area under sustainable agriculture production on long-term basis. This is the overall photographs of this movement. These are the, means that time, the most of the people have put the tank silt in marginal land. These are the photographs. These are the photographs. This is the yield tested on farmer field. Near about 72 farmers we have tested here. These are the yield, control and adjoining area.
this is the conclusion. Desiltation of tank silt and hybridization in very shallow soils appear to be an economical viable option for returning the nutrient in soil and support to sustainable use of very shallow soil on long-term basis.
Thank you very much. Nice presentation.
Respected Chairman of Forestry and Agriculture Section, respected Chairman of this session and reporter, dignitaries of the dais and student members. This is the topic I am going to present, biochar application for acid soil improvement in Western Ghats region of India. So what made us to consider this Western Ghats to apply biochar? So little introduction I would like to give. So the Western Ghats area is covering 16 million hectare of area with 7 states. Then the soil is so poor because of the severe acidity. Acidity, there are different categories: mild acidity, moderate acidity, and severe acidity. The maximum area in Western Ghats are covered with severe acidity, in the sense the most of the biochar application has happened in all over the world, particularly in our country, above 5 pH. But in Western Ghats, we have pH less than 5. I have measured pH 3.8, but there are literature 3.6. The soil is so severe acidic, so with that, how to neutralize this particular soil using biochar? You can see the other soil properties: physical, chemical, biological. All the properties are very, very poor. The Nilgiri soil, particularly in higher elevation, it's a very, very peculiar soil. Available phosphorus we measured up to 500 kg per hectare. Nobody will believe it. One more peculiar thing, in our Ooty soil, they classified under andesol. I don't know how many of the people you know this. That soil is coming under andesol, that is a volcanic soil. So it is a new information I'm giving to you. So such a peculiar soil that higher elevation of Nilgiris and particularly the Western Ghats soil. You can see here the nutrient deficiencies. One more information I would like to give during 2020. You see in newspaper, in avalanche one place, we received 820 mm per day. That is 82 centimeter of rainfall in one day. You can imagine how much soil it might have taken from the land. So this is the situation. Not only the soil, topsoil is removed, the nutrients also getting leached, exclusively bases: calcium, magnesium, sodium, and potassium. So because of this loss of bases, the soil is becoming more acidic. So this is the reason we wanted to counter this severe acidity with some material. As usual, the farmers are using the one basic material, lime. Lime is not available nowadays. They are using dolomite. It contains calcium and magnesium, as of course carbonate. So this is the situation of our Western Ghats soils. You can see here, this is a 10 years of experiment in Nilgiris. In our research center, they are conducting research with 100% recommended dose, 50% recommended dose, and 0 fertilizer application with different slope conditions. This is a 9% slope. You can see that in the end, there is no fertilizer, there is no crop at all. So this is the situation of our Nilgiri and Western Ghats soil. Because there is no neutralization, there is no crop growth. That is the situation. Unless otherwise, we neutralize this, soil correction is happening, so we cannot expect any crop, even though if we apply recommended dose of fertilizers. This is a situation. So we were forced to consider some material to neutralize apart from the liming material like dolomite. Then the actual situation in Nilgiri is the farmers are applying more than the recommended dose of manures. their actual recommendation is 30 tons per hectare, but farmers are going more and more quantity of fertilizer, up to 60 tons per hectare they are applying. It is very, very huge quantity. Even then they are not getting this much quantity from Nilgiri region. They are getting the manures from outside the state, outside the district. So this much quantity of manure they are applying, either farmyard manure or poultry manure. Another side, they are applying huge quantity of lime to neutralize this acidic soil. That too, the farmers are not applying right quantity of lime material after testing the soil to neutralize the soil. So this is the reason they are getting poor yield also. Then what made us to go for this biochar and applying acid soil for neutralization? Our idea is farmers are applying both the material, manure and also dolomite. So we wanted to convert this manure into biochar. So there were a lot of apprehension, there were a lot of objection. How could you can convert the entire manure into biochar and apply into soil? What happened to the soil biology? So these are all some objection from my own institute. They actually dropped this project. Initially they have not dropped. They allowed me to do 1 year observational trial. I did observational trial. I presented the result. Even then, they dropped this proposal. I submitted to DST, so DST considered maybe it is an extreme idea. They considered this proposal, they approved it, they paid 51 lakh rupees for this project. So this is the background to undertake this research project. Some basic information on biochar. So the biochar, you can see here this side, it is the raw poultry manure, it is a SEM image, that is a scanning electron microscope image. This side, you can see it is a mostly amorphous. Other side, it is a biochar of the same material. You can visualize the difference between this amorphous material and the crystalline material. So that is a graphite type material it has become. You can see porous, high surface area. So this is the physical and chemical property changes happening when we are converting the raw manure into biochar. Then you can see here, there are some elements are decreasing, some elements are increasing. See here, this is the raw material of poultry manure. Carbon is 46%. When it converts into biochar, you can see it is 72% at 300 degrees centigrade, then 83% at 400 degrees centigrade, then 86% at 600 degrees centigrade. Every increment of the pyrolysis temperature, the quality of biochar is getting changed. Not only because of pyrolysis temperature, because of feedstock, because of retention time, the quality of biochar is keep on varying. So this is a basic information I would like to present in front of you. Then here you can see, though it is not clear, when the material is in raw condition, the bonds, the chemical bonds are simple bonds. That is a very easily decomposable form. The microbes will easily attack it. All the carbon will become a carbon dioxide. Whereas when you convert into biochar through thermal pyrolysis, the single bond are converting into double and triple bond. In that condition, the microbes are unable to break these bonds, so it becomes a stable carbon. It has become a recalcitrant carbon. Previously, it is a labile carbon. Now it has become a recalcitrant carbon. This is the basis why the biochar is lying for hundreds of years in the soil. So the light carbon is becoming hard carbon. But whatever the manure is giving the benefit to the soil, same benefit we will get out of this biochar. You can see here, so the carbon in one condition it is increasing, but particularly for manures, the carbon content is decreasing. So we have to do research why it is decreasing. Same thing you can see the CEC is also decreasing when temperature is increasing. Some information on biochar. This biochar was identified in the year of 1870 by Orton, an American geologist. When he visited Amazon forest, he has seen a very, very degraded soil, red color. Side by side, there is a black color soil. So there only identified that soil is full of biochar. There he found a very good growth of crops. So that is the beginning of, that is starting of biochar on the getting idea on biochar. Then it is a very, very porous material. Its retention property is good. It is treating acid soil. It increasing the, that is a pH towards the neutrality. These are all some histories based on different research all over the world. Then the biochar application and its benefits. So it improves the soil quality. You can see here rises pH more than 5, 6, 7, depending upon the feedstock, depending upon the quantity. So we need in Nilgiris pH more than 5.5 to grow the winter crops, that is cold crops like broccoli, Brussels sprout, cabbage, potato, carrot. All these crops needs more than 5.5 for good yield. So that is our target. Then it improves CEC, it improves nutrient holding and water holding capacity. Then it increases aggregate stability so that the water soil loss would be less. So these are all our hypotheses. Based on that, we wanted to work out which biochar is best for treating severely acidic soil. Of course, I told earlier, there are so many studies. The normal acidity, simple, that is a very mild acidity, then moderate acidity are being treated with this biochar. But our target is to neutralize severe acidity. So that is our condition. So with this, we got a DST project through CRG. So this is a furnace we fabricated to accommodate 50 to 75 kg of raw material. Of course, we used poultry manure. So this is the biochar we prepared from FIM and also poultry manure. Of course, this is a experiment, pot experiment we conducted for these many combinations of biochar. We found this result. 1 minute, okay. So when temperature is increasing, the pH also increasing. Okay. Next, when quantity of biochar is increasing, then also the pH is increasing. So more than 8 tonners or 12 tonners if you apply, we can reach the targeted pH of 5.5. So this is our findings. Based on that, you can see here the exchangeable acidity is drastically reducing by applying this biochar. So the control is 0.72 acidity, whereas if you go for biochar with different temperature, it is drastically reducing. Same thing, different quantity also, we can reduce the soil acidity. So I told earlier, some properties are increasing, some properties are decreasing. So this is our field experiment we conducted at Ooty with carrot crop. So you can see the growth of the crop. First one is the control, no biochar at all. Second one is only dolomite. Third one is dolomite with raw poultry manure. This one is, number 4 is just dolomite. Here, another one is just 4 tons of biochar we applied. It is almost equivalent to control, just a little better than control. Whereas we applied 32 tons of biochar, there we got almost equivalent yield of the plot applied with recommended dose of dolomite and poultry manure of 30 tons per hectare. You can see the difference of the carrot growth. So here, you can see here, nothing has added, it's a control. Here 4 tons, this is 8 tons, 16 tons, 32 tons. The 32 tons applied soil has given almost equivalent yield of the control. Control is nothing but recommended dose of manure and dolomite. You can see here the soil quality also increased. It maintained the soil pH. The 32 tons of biochar applied plot has maintained the pH more than 5.5. That is one soil quality improvement. Number 2 is it increased the biomass production. The carrot yield is so high compared to the other treatments like 4 ton, 8 tons. 32 tons biochar applied plot has given almost equivalent yield of control. Then we can see the climate change mitigation options. When we consider this biochar instead of manure, almost 60% CO2 emission has got reduced. If we do it in the field level, converting this all manure into biochar, so this much quantity of carbon dioxide emission we can reduce. It's a phenomenal change which will happen. So this is the thing. But one more also we observed, there are objection, what happened to the soil biology? But we analyzed dehydrogenous activity, that is little less, but it is not drastic reduction. Yes, sir. So it's a conclusion, sir, the soil acidity can be neutralized with this 32 tons of biochar. The potato yield we got equivalent to control, carrot yield also. Then CO2 emission, we can reduce up to nearly 60% of the emission we can reduce when we convert manure into biochar. Thank you, sir. I thank DST, SERB for the funding. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, all the speakers. Now we can have 5 minutes for discussions.
सर मैंने इनको मांग लिया है, ये मुझे व्हाट्सएप करेगा, मैं आपको
calculated any internal efficiency. This is only based on the total consumption and total output. We are based on that. For each and every crop we have calculated and seen. That data also I having for rice how much and wheat how much, under what conditions. Internal efficiency. Yeah, we are having that. Yeah. Yeah, that is right. Yes. Yes, that. That is what out of out of strategies, 5 R's, that is very important. Even which that of course I have not gone into details. Yeah. Yes. We are looking into so many factors, but this is whatever work we have, framework now we have developed. Of course, others we will consider. But that is what actually a lot of discussion is required in different states. Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes. By doing that. But on the other hand, you also talked about soil quality.
Yes.
When you talk about soil quality, you will be interested to know that soil biomass carbon and soil biomass nitrogen. Yes. Obviously, the recalcitrant nitrogen and carbon is inaccessible to microbial action. During the nutrient cycling, the availability of the nutrients as well as the soil biomass carbon and nitrogen will be less. And that way the soil quality will degrade. Although for the time being, you reduce the global gas emissions. So some of
Okay, sir. So what we observed, when we converted the manure into biochar, we came to know that the entire carbon. Okay. Sir, when we converted this manure into biochar, we found that the entire carbon is not converting into recalcitrant carbon. There are different pools: very labile, less labile, and recalcitrant. Distribution, the recalcitrant carbon is more percentage. Apart from that, nearly 25 to 30% of the carbon is labile only. Labile means it may be a less labile. It is easily consumed by the microorganisms. That's what we got it in CO2 emission also we got. Yes, sir, that we can do it, sir. That we can do it, but it is not drastically affecting the soil biology. That's what we found, that we got it as a yield also. Yield as almost equivalent to the normal condition. So that's what we indirectly we understand. It is not drastically reduced. Of course, in the beginning period, there was a reduction in microbial population. But in due course, because whatever the crop residue we are getting as a carrot or potato, we are putting back. We are not removing the residue outside. We are putting back. That also using as a carbon source. Then all the root biomass still we are allowing in the field itself. So that is supporting the. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So biochar is also having a lot of nutrients, sir. It's not that when we are burning, all the nutrients are going out. So much of nutrient. Yes, sir. That's what, sir. Yeah. Yes. Again, we are adding from outside, sir. We wanted to change within the system. Within the system, we wanted to change. Yes, sir. Right? Right question, sir. Sir, we tried 7 materials available in the local area. Paddy straw, then so many things like coir pith. 7 material we used, including this poultry manure. The severely acidic soil is treated only with this poultry manure because their calcium source is more. The base value is more. Recommended dose of fertilizer we are using, sir. 4, 8, 16, 32. Which one, sir? One time application. Yeah, we are recommending up to 10 years before sowing, sir. Yeah. Yeah, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. While plowing, we are applying this on top layer. No, you are correct, sir. But all the other bio wastes are not neutralizing the severely acidic soil. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. But we have thermostat, sir. That's why in 4 different temperature we prepared biochar, sir. So initial cost would be high, but 10 years if you don't again applying the manure, that cost will be saved.
No, initially, sir.
You only measured the content, or did you do the XRP as well?
No, sir. Actually, we are not doing the XRP.
It is better to take a look at the clay, type of clay content because the dominant clay content will be different in different agricultural sub-regions.
We are not doing these mineralogical.
That will help you more to grade the fertility of the soil because of deposition of the tanks.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
For this session, and my special thank for Dr. Sanyal for his keen discussion, which was helpful for our students also. Right. Now, may I invite Dr. Reddy, Dr. Jagdish Prasad, Dr. Chandranayak, Dr. Vaidya, and Dr. Rajan. Dr. Karthikeyan, sorry.